fine. If it isn't, I'm not sure what to do. Yeah, I don't think it's Pepe normally would be saying you can hear me. So I don't know what's going on, guys. I've rebooted in oh, it's good now. Okay, excellent. Okay, guys, ready to go. Sorry about that. Now, just a couple of things. You know, when I read this HIMS, HIMZ, of course, that's HI, double the move for HIMS. I thought I was looking at a press release from about 3 months ago when they initially announced they were going to do this deal with Novo. And then, of course, they had all the lawsuits thrown at them by Novo. The FDA got into their face. Now it's all love and kisses again, guys. Look at this. So now Novo is going to sell their weight loss drug through the Him and Hers platform. I guess they're not going to sell the generic drug. I don't know what's going on. When I can read that press release, but now we're back. HIMS is back. So if you thought HIMS were going to continue, if you did think HIMS was going to continue, you could buy HIMZ. This is the double. You can see this is up 42%, where the stock is up. I'm sorry, this is up 85%, where the stock is up 43%. So that's one. The other one that is a real head scratcher, guys. So you remember QURE got hammered down because somebody at the FDA said, well, I don't like this drug. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, of course. So it appears that FDA official left. Yeah, Unicure drug surges 36% on FDA official's departure. I'm assuming this is the guy who slammed the drug. So does that make sense, guys? I mean, seriously, some guy comes out and says, I don't like it. Stock tanks. He's leaving. I don't know if he was booted out or leaving. I mean, this is so that's the other head scratcher for me this morning. QURE and of course the HIMS. LRHC, that was popping as I was just getting the room open. And let's see, it got up to 182. Big pullback now to 130. So it's probably just says La Rosa, any definitive agreement subject to approval by boards of both La Rosa and Consensus. So this looks like some kind of a merger of some sort. Xene, X-E-N-E, X-E-N-E, had a press release. Here we go. Their drug stores as experimental epilepsy drug meets main goal in study. What phase are we? Late stage. Okay, well, it's late stage. Late stage, guys. So X-E-N-E, late stage. Big move. DNTH, Dianthus. So this is another, not a ton of volume. Actually, the volume's not bad. Early jumps on early decision to OK CIDP trial. Chronic inflammatory. I'm not going to, well, okay, demyelinating polyneuropathy. Okay, so this is popping on that news. That's DNTH. I haven't talked about the overall market. Of course, it's a mess right now. So, Dow's or SPY's down another 7 points. No comment. XLE, let's see, XLE. Obviously, I actually thought I'd see a lot more oil stocks in here, energy stocks. What is that little one doing? Battalion, BATL. Yeah, there you go. There's Battalion up 9%. It's been, of course, a little choppy. Just a cheap little oil play. piggybacking on all the mess that's happening. BHVN. All I can see is I don't see if there's any specific news on it other than a bunch of financial experts, quote unquote, recommending Biohaven. I see Wainwright. Of course, Wainwright's always in these things. No, I shouldn't just dump all over Wainwright, Leerink, RBC. I'm just looking at a bunch of them. All right, so Williams back of the envelope for OLMA, 483 mostly cash. They have zero revenue, bleed cash, only two drug candidates, one of which is in multiple studies with various different major pharma companies in various stages. I think that it bounces. I don't have a clue where you don't. All right. Well, thank you for that, William. Yeah, I'm looking at so Ulma is it's got hammered down. Even though I think I saw Stiefel putting Stiefel maintains coverage with a buy and a target of 48. Interesting. We always think of Stiefel having decent credentials for all this, but what do they know that we don't? UMAC guys, I'm hearing it. I think, is this an earnings play? Yes, UMAC is an earnings play. Unusual Machines. So this is an earnings play. It's having a good earnings, reaction to earnings right now. So the next high looking left is 1880, and we're right there. So the next high now is 2015. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it is one of the few earnings plays this morning that I'm seeing, and that is UMAC. Well, this is what they said, actually. They're a minus 74 cents EPS, missed by 21 cents revenue. So okay. So it's all about the revenue, I guess. Well, excuse me. I thought the revenue was projected at 1.33 million and it was 11.2. But anyway, the 11.2 revenue beat by 1.33, but they still lost money. I don't know what they're guiding. Maybe they guided well. Trade of the week, guys, is Lunar. Let's take a look at Lunar, LUNR. Difficult to try to come up with a trade of the week again this week, but 1925. So 1925 is the trigger. So you can kind of see why. We have three highs right here at 1911, and there's 1920. So yeah, so whether it triggers this week or not, we don't know. Remember, the trade of the week is designed for longer term holds. All right, YSXT. Why is this one up? I don't see any news on this. I see no news on this one, other than it's a China stock. No volume. Sorry, no volume. It just was showing up it's showing up right here, but there's no volume yet. 13,000 shares. Oh, but even okay, yeah, you're right, William. I didn't never check to see what the stop is, just what the trigger is. So if it opens well below the stop, you're probably right. Well, let's take a look at some of the ETFs, guys. I think we're going to see a few now underneath the 200-day moving average. Not XLE, of course. So XLE Energy still rip snorting away right up here. Take a look at retail, XRT. There you go. Retail broke down below the 200-day moving average on Friday, closed down below it and moving lower. So there's one. You might as well go through them all. XLV just to see what is happening with all the major ETFs. Wow. Even here's healthcare. Where is the 200-day? 144. Can't see it in the screen, but you can see. I mean, like most of the major sectors, they're losing their highs up here. XLC, communications, technology, that could be below. And the answer is not quite. So you can see what happened. Technology closed just a little bit above the 200-day moving average on Friday. Okay, so as we speak, it's below it, but we don't know if it's going to close below it. But I'm still only going to count one below, and that's retail. Financials, we know financials are going to be below and drifting away. This is definitely not the good sign. There's that 200-day moving average. There's financials drifting away from it. XLP, well, it's still above it, but approaching. Industrials, XLI, still above it, but approaching. Discretionary will definitely be below. Yeah, not a lot, but it's still below. So that's three. Those are three major sectors below. Take a look at utilities. Yeah, still reasonably strong. Again, a lot of people will buy these stocks because they have dividends. I'm surprised I don't see more energy stocks here. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones I haven't gone over. These are the top 15 stocks that are up the most from Friday's close, percentage-wise. All right, so here's our cat. Now, well, this is our CAX. If you think our cat, well, it's only got 25,000 shares. So our cat must be up about 9%. This is a double ETF for our cat. What did it do on Friday? Same darn thing though. Look at that. It was ripping at the beginning of the day, but it did not hold its gains. It got up to 1878, closed down here at 1540. I mean, it's almost like to trade this, you almost have to trade it. This is not a recommendation, okay? But almost have to trade it immediately if you think it's going to do something, because I'm just looking at all the daily charts or the daily bars, and I'm just looking at the little one that juts out to the right. That's where it closed. And it not very often has this stock closed anywhere close to the high of the day, which means it's been a big challenge to try to hold it, in my opinion. Olma is, it's starting to, at least it's holding the VWAP now, holding the VWAP. So William, you're saying that it was a failure of the Roche drug, not Olma's drug. Now, somewhat interesting. Not that I never, I usually pay way more attention to insider buys, but you know what? This guy sold 40,000 shares at at $23.79. Okay. So this guy, an officer of Olma, sold 40,000 shares on the 3rd. Okay. What are we now? We're on the 9th at $23.79. Now, that might have been just an incredible coincidence, not knowing what they were going to have this day, but there is that. I mean, that's a lot of shares, obviously. Now, it could be a lot of reasons why he sold, but and maybe that's it, William. I mean, I cannot see any specific news for Olma. So yeah, maybe it's just the fact that it has a similar drug to Roche and Roche. Well, let me Roche. What is the symbol for Roche? Yeah, so Roche drug falls after breast cancer combo therapy fails in trial. Must be a late stage. Yeah, phase 3. So that's the reason, and that is so what you're saying, William, is that you think this is dragging Ulma down just because Ulma might have uh might have a similar drug. Yeah, that's what confused me. He was exercising options at 4:30. Okay, thank you, William, for that. Not selling them. Okay, not quite the same as purely selling the stock. Okay, I did see that. So this is a little earning or a little earning, little energy play, guys. The TPET's been, of course, very active. TPET. Morning, LD in our YouTube room. IBG. This, I think they're doing a financing. IBG, I think, is doing a financing, selling to filing to sell a little over 4 million ordinary units as opposed to extraordinary units. There's no volume on this one, guys. We've seen this one in the past. Is Corn Ferry. I mean, it's a pretty big company, I guess. No volume, Ed. It is an earnings play. I'm just checking to see. Fuel Cell actually is an earnings play. FCEL is an earnings play, and it's getting kicked. Fuel Cell Energy dips on bigger than expected Q1 core loss. So almost having a nice bounce. Yeah, Oma is having a nice bounce, guys. I mean, the low was 11.50, so there's a $2 bounce so far, and it's above the VWAP, and pretty decent volume coming in on this bounce. I'm wondering if it's I mean, Stifel seems to have a good reputation overall. Not just I'm not talking just with Olma, but in general, they seem to have a good reputation. So for whatever reason, he's got a maintaining. So that means they had coverage before with a buy and a target of 48. Okay. No, maybe they had a far higher price target before. It's possible. All right, let's take a look at HIMS, guys. I want to see where could it keep going before it stalls. And the next high is 2362. 2362. So that is the next high. It actually got up over 24, so it did take that high out in the pre-market. It's dipped down below it again. If it can really solidly take that out, then the next high is 2774. So this is the on again, off again saga with Novo, Novo. Let me put a price alert right there. See if it takes it out again. All right, guys, 9:23. So what I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. So first thing I do is always save my layout. No, not from the cloud. All right, guys, we are now, this could now, again, because the market's down and right now the SPY is down a little over 6 points, 6.6 points. It'll be interesting to see what sort of stocks we get in here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap, with the market being down. We probably will not see too many to begin with anyway. But if we do, that means they're running counter to the market. Oh, man. Get out of here. All right. So what you're seeing here, of course, this is my 9:30 layout. A lot of these scans will not start working until not just at 9:30. Well, this one will. The up big yesterday, down big today. Forgot to rename it. Let me just rename it. It's going to be a little long, but I'm going to just get rid of the big because the stock doesn't have to be necessarily down big. But so these are stocks that were up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the top 6 stocks from that previous layout I had. I had the top 15. Anything in here that I didn't talk about? Nope. So we got the HIMS. Again, HIMS is just the double ETF for HIMS, HIMZ, double the HIMS. We talked about the Zine, the Cure, LRHC, which has pulled back a lot. Maybe I didn't talk about this one. Yeah, I don't remember talking about this one. So RLMD, guys. So this is 46%. Mizuho maintains coverage, but gains some positive study results, financing agreement or arrangement. Late stage testing. Okay, so it is late stage testing. So that is RLMD. Not a low float, not a high float. 77 million in the float. Morning out, Aussie. Now, UMAC is an earnings play, an earnings play, and doing extremely well. 12%, pretty big. Actually, it's not a high float, not a low float, sort of 34 million. So it's not one of those crazy low ones. But looking left, and I already go through this. 1880. So 1880 is the high. It looks like that's the high in the pre-market also. That's the high over here. 1880, the high daily high. So yeah, I mean, and there's a weekly high, 2027. So let's see if this can hold. I do have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. Obviously, my bias right now is any sort of a pop top is to short it. Take a look at the SPY just in general. So on a weekly chart, the SPY, there's a low right there. There's a low right there of 661. That is the next low on the weekly chart. It would take, that'd be a cut down there today. That would be another attacking on another, what, 5. So that would be, the SPY would be down about 12 points. And underneath that, we've got 650. And there's the HIMS guys, HIMS. Just made I think it just got no, not quite. There's the pre-market high, 24.58. It's the high right there. That's a daily high it's at. 1 minute. Thank you. Yeah, 30. Okay. Well, guys, let's try to have a great trading day. Well, if you're trying to go long, it's going to be a challenge probably, but you never know. Maybe the market puts in at least a 1 hour bounce. At any rate, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. Now, the only thing I might do is take a look at one of these. And they up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today. All right. So this is so if it's in blue, just to give you an idea, if it's in blue, that means it was down yesterday, Friday, and it's up today. Doesn't mean it's ripping, but it does mean it's up. But in this case, it's ripping. Well, this is a two-time for CRCL. Okay, this is a two-timer, and MSTX would be a two-timer for. Bitcoin is having Bitcoin is up 1480, down up to 68,000. So Bitcoin itself is having a decent day. So that's why MSTR is doing well. Is this Bitcoin related? So it is Bitcoin related. Excuse me, guys. So this is Circle Internet. So this is Bitcoin related also. Oh, a couple of Bitcoin plays. MSTX. Again, these are the double. Okay, you think these are going to keep moving higher? Then you could buy these. There's another Bitcoin play, ETHA. Well, crypto play. Call it crypto. Obviously, it's Ethereum. Okay. So the crypto plays are moving. BNA. I don't think this is shortable for me. BNA. Nah, it's not shortable for me. All right. Well, there's a couple here. Moderna is still doing well. VG last week. This was a big one. Well, okay, very choppy so far. This started that had earnings. This is what got it going. But it's a energy play, natural gas production. So it was an energy play also. Look at HIMS now. Look at HIMS now, guys. Still up 36%, but starting to fade away a little bit. Okay, now StubHub. So StubHub, STUB, the alert was at $9, $8.87 now. So it's dipped a little bit below. So yeah, so again, what the scan is looking for, a stock has to have closed at least down, if it's in blue, down at least 5%. The close, okay, the close was down at least 5% the day before, which is Friday in this case, and it has to be up at least 2% today. In this case, it's 7. Okay, that's what. And then on the flip side, a stock had to, if it's in yellow, that means we're looking at a potential short. Stock had to be close up at least 5% the day before, but down 2% today at least. Okay, that's what that scan is looking for. But look at StubHub. So Stub, it's at the high of Friday now, 9 approximately. The high of Friday on Thursday. The high. Now this was an earnings play, but hit down on earnings. The high rate there is 930. So to me, there's just not enough room. I mean, if it takes out 930, of course, then that high over here is 1063. So again, guys, if the crypto plays are the ones right now moving. Crypto plays, MSTX, Ethereum. Real cheap way to play MSTR, guys. Real cheap. Plenty of volume. You double the move. Let's take a look at MSTR. What is it? Well, MSTR will be up about not quite, about 3.25%. Yeah, well, there you go, 3.2%. Okay, that's MSTR. So what a cheap way to play that one. If you thought it was going to keep moving higher, again, this MSTX. And again, crypto today, guys. A two timer, CONL, a coin two timer. Any thoughts on Ampex? Well, let's take a look at. I'm responding to WaveLab in our YouTube room. Well, not moving much right now. I mean, it's up. It's basically flat. Had earnings on Friday. I'm sorry, post market. Yeah, so the earnings reaction was on the 5th. Nice continuation. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, the market, tough for me to commit to go long anything right now. Decent volume. All right, let's take a look at. I mean, so this is what I'm saying, guys. These are running counter to the market. Okay, I mean, the market is obviously down. These are large cap stocks that are running counter to the market. Now, here's CLAR. We saw Moderna earlier, mRNA. Moderna is ripping here. I mean, 357 million in the float. That's a great move so far. mRNA. Okay, FIG. Is this another crypto play? No. Okay, another ETF for FIG. Okay, well, FIG-G. Okay, FIGG. This is an ETF, two-time ETF for FIG. It's not a crypto play. And there's FIG moving. Let's see news on it today. Had a good, it's had a decent reaction. Had a decent reaction from earnings a couple of weeks ago, right there. There's that yellow line. It's had a decent reaction. It's certainly maintaining above the high that day. That's about the best we can say about it. Of course, this was an IPO. This was going to be the Adobe killer. Got up to 143. Look at it now. So yes, yes, it is starting to come back, but well below the high, of course, all-time high, which was not that long ago. What month was that? That was back in August of last year. All right, what's happening with you? Wow, look at this. Shoot, I wish I'd been watching this one a little bit more closely. When you Matt gave this out, this was a nice consolidation up here on the 2 minute. When I gave this out, that would have been a nice sign to perhaps short it, but didn't do it. It's an earnings play. I mean, it's still up, but it's I mean, that's when I say my bias, of course, is to really short these pops. Sometimes, though, these stocks that have earnings, they don't care that much about what the overall market is doing. This is a freight transport, isn't it? No, I'm sorry, a fleet of crude tankers, not trucks. Okay, so DHT, boy, Oma's having a great bounce. Will it sustain that bounce? OLMA, will it sustain that bounce? That's a great bounce. You can see what's happened also. It's over the 200-day moving average. It's almost like overreaction to the Roche failure. And as William says, I mean, yeah, looks like, I mean, that just looked like, okay, the fact that Roche had a failure, we're gonna knock this one down also. Maybe having a similar drug. All right, guys. Well, I don't really recall seeing this one the last few days, but what a run. I mean, this was a dollar stock 3 days ago. It's 329 now. ANTX, Bio. Don't recall seeing it. I wonder if the volume was just too low. Well, the volume was great on Friday. I don't really remember seeing this one on Friday. Anyway, ANTX is just continuing here, guys. Great week last week, of course, and basically trying. Now they're saying they're raising $40 million privately at 285 a share. So it's they're not getting hammered for that. It's over the share price now, or that financing price now at 327. But basically being rewarded for doing the financing, at the highs here. Crypto guys, crypto. I mean, Fig is still moving here. No, I'm sorry, Fig is not crypto, but this is another one. I mean, probably doesn't have as much volume. This is another way to play MSTR. It's actually it's a one timer. It's not a two timer. So the MT, but look at the volume on this one. Yeah, I mean the mist MST does not have that much volume, but MSTX ton of volume, 8.9 million shares, and you're getting double the move. All right, let's take a look at SLM. SLM, again, one of these large cap stocks that is not moving down with the market. The high over here is 2037, so there is room. There's room. Yeah, when I say there's room, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that's when I just look left to see where could it stall. Looking left, I can't. If I see it on the daily chart, I can't see the high in the daily. I look in the weekly. Can't see it on the weekly. I look at the monthly. Meanwhile, MSTX just continues. Well, market is. Let's take a look on the opening. What are we now? 9:44. So 3 bars down now. 3 bars down. Well, trade of the day so far is OMA. I mean, that's just a great rebound. OLMA. Again, crypto, 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 guys, right here. All right, guys. Well, OMA. Come on. I didn't get it. It's coming from William Scan. I did not get it. The OMA. Shoot. Oh well, didn't get it. Okay, now DTCK was halted, and wow, came out of the halt. Came out of the halt. Another crypto play, guys. BMNR. DTC, not a crypto play. It's a Singaporean stock. Sales of sugar, rice, and fat products. Link to the Williams scan. Okay. Poe, save it this time, right? I know you've seen it before. So now it's a top list. I think okay. This may have a sound alert on it, okay? So okay. It may have a sound alert on it. And I think that's the don't repeat version. It is the don't repeat version. Okay, guys, stub. Okay, I definitely, let's see, we looked at this before. Man, I wish that weren't there. 930 is the next high looking left. I mean, yeah, I just can't take it. If it took that out, I'll be way more interested. Because then the next high after that is 1057. Hyper liquid strategies. Okay, PURR. What's the next high looking left? Yeah, it's got some room. 529. It has some room. Look at OMA. I missed it. I didn't want to chase it. I had my bid in at 1510. Came on the Williams scan at 1505. and it started to inch its way up, 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 and I just did not want to chase it. All right, guys, I'm watching REPL now. Watching REPL right now. Don't like the spread. Looking left, what do I see? On the daily chart, can't see anything looking left. On the weekly chart, the next high looks around 941. Yeah, I don't like the spread right now. What I'm talking about right here, 895, 906, 10-cent spread. Yeah, guys. So the ANTX, I was going to point this out. So I'm going to talk about this. What time is it right now? 9:50. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. If you have our AI, you should have that re-entry price, and you see what it was. It was at 319. It got stopped out early. Very tight stop. A re-entry at 319. All right, guys. What's fun doing? FUN. The next low looking left on a weekly chart looks like around 1450. Maybe a little too close. Yeah, I see that. I do see that. I have it thumbnailed. Obi, I do see it. We're talking about the VIR, which may tempt me again to get back in it for a longer term hold if it gets over 10. There's the high right there, 1009. All right, guys, Terra. Yeah, I just don't like it. I'm looking left. I see a high that's not that far away. Then after that, not far away. So I'm not that interested in it. And that's the TARA. All right, guys, UMAC. UMAC on the way down here. UMAC underneath 17, showing up on the Williams scan. It is an earnings play. Let's see if it can maintain under 17 and move down from there. Okay. I want to see this, see if it gets down back down below 17, 1688. Again, my bias is to short these, especially unless the market, starts to really rip higher. Well, not rip higher, but just stop. Stop moving down. Yes. Okay, guys, one big yes so far for me on the UMAC. Okay. I had that price alert right there underneath 17. Again, my bias is, shorting these pops. As long as I was just saying, as long as the market doesn't stop and they start moving higher. Oh, oh boy, that's good. Okay, guys. And that showed up on the Williams scan at 1702. Okay, 1702. Okay, guys, I have just covered some, okay? Just in, just in case, because it is a strong, well, no, it's not strong anymore. You know what? I wish I'd seen that. It's actually gone negative. Well, that's okay. I've covered some. It's got, but you see what's happened for me anyway. It's gone parabolic on the way down. You can see how on the 2-minute trade wave, you see how it's lost sight. The top of that bar, not close at all to the bottom of the wave. Usually that's my sign to take some off because it's getting so parabolic that I feel that other traders will see the same thing and maybe start doing some covering. All right, guys. The AXTI. Now it was a massive move for several months, all the way to a high, all-time high. Finally started to fade. Probably with the market. I mean, it's still the next high looking left. That was wow, $40. That was high on Friday. Olma, man. Well, certainly the UMAC kind of made up for my missing the Olma. Guys, it is now 9:58, so a little bit early, but I think I'll go over my homepage right now. All the information you can find on it, including some of the scans and races, etc., that I'm currently sharing. I think there's some minor economic news coming at 10. Sorry, in the economic calendar, what did I see here? Consumer inflation expectation. Oh, well, at 10 o'clock, yes. At 10 o'clock, consumer inflation expectations. Okay. I guess the projection is 3.1%. Let's see what comes in. Let's see what it comes in at. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Just give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So here is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, you can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you choose our standard service or our premium service. Okay. All I ask is please use my code at some point in time in the future if you're going to take out a subscription. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also the main room, as I call it. So for those of you in YouTube right now wondering what I'm talking about, the trading room. So if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, you can come into this room here, the trading room. Okay. Couple other pluses. This room, the trading room, is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi. Obi opens it up. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room up at 6:45 a.m. Also, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions. But if I do take off between 2 and 2:30, then William usually will keep the room open till and he'll have to let me know, but most of the time it seems to be about 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, you can sit in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for more interaction amongst with other traders, come into the main room. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, and you clicked on my homepage link, go down to the education section, the more info, okay, and scroll down a little bit. Getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is also good for people who don't have Trade Ideas. Look at Olma now, guys. What a fabulous bounce. And of course, well, obviously I'm out of the UMAC now. It is bounced also. So it gave me it was a good trade for me, but not as good as the Olma would have been. Anyway, so getting started with Trade Ideas. So if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this first. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, I would encourage you to start off on that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. Maybe it's a good fit for you. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know and we'll cancel. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so it's not like a long-term contract. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you are new to trading. I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. Sorry. If you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is, well, let's see. First of all, did it trigger? I'm sure it did not trigger on the upside. And William says that it probably, so did it hit the stop, William? Now, just to let you know what's happening here. So the trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. There is an alert price, okay? Now, the alert price was 1925. Obviously, it never hit that. So right now it's a non-event, okay? But you can sign up for it right here. If you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And now, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and you're looking for the information that I am currently sharing, scan section right there. So this is what I'm currently sharing. So this is what you can see. You can see this large cap race right here. Mover upside versus downside movers is here. This is another race I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running. It's a volatile race. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Halts, resumes is on my other monitor. And here's 3 other scans that I'm sharing. You can ask me questions about them if you want. I don't have them up and running. And of course, everything that I'm sharing, you can always customize it to your style of trading. When I say that, for instance, I have a price range I like to see. You might not like that price range. Change it. Maybe you have a minimum volume that you like greater than mine. Change it. I mean, I'm not forcing anybody to just look at the stocks that I like in terms of price ranges and things like that. But you can just view anything that I'm sharing as kind of a template. Okay. Okay, guys. Per would have been pretty good. The alert was at 480. I mean, not bad. Hyper liquid strategies. Next high look. I did not take it. Well, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, okay? And let's see what's happening with the major sectors. And let's find the top stocks and the weakest stocks in each sector. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. And then I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar. When I do that, pops up. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More. And then I'm going to go down to the Sector Status channel. And what you're going to see here, these are some of the major sectors. And pretty bleak. So in this top list window here, these are the sectors that we are following, okay? And the only positive sector, which makes sense, and it's not wildly positive, but is XLE, the energy sector. It's up 0.3% from Friday's close. Every other sector is down from Friday's close, which makes sense. Let's see what the worst sector is. Home builders, okay? Home builders and retail, okay? XHB, home builders, XRT, retail. Those are the 2 weakest sectors right now. Now, we don't have every silver. Well, silver is not tanking, at least. We don't have every sector as one of these charts here, okay? But we have 11 of them, basically 11 of the big sectors. So let's take a look at them and see what's happening. So when you look at when you see 98%, that means that 98% of the stocks that make up XLI are down from Friday's close. There's only one up, and that's PWR. For whatever reason, PWR, it's not ripping or anything, but it is the only one up. Let's scroll down. What's the worst one? And Equifax is the worst one in this sector, down 5.3%. No financial stocks are up. None. Zero. Okay. From Friday's close. What's the worst one? GPN. This is the worst one, down 5%. Global Payments, Inc. So at least in energy, well, energy, I mean, it's 50-50. DVN, it's the best stock. What's the worst one? SLB, Schlumberger is the worst one. Retail, well, Musa, at least Musa, MUSA, it's up for the day, up 2%. Murphy USA, what's the worst one in retail? Wow. Wayfair, down 6.7%. So can you kind of see, some of you who have trade ideas, this might be the only way you use trade ideas. Just checking the major sectors, checking to see what the strong stock is, the weakest stock is, and maybe finding a way to trade them. Even utilities, generally speaking, a flight, utility stocks usually do pretty well when the market is jittery, because these are dividend bearing stocks, a lot of them. See, here's Live Nation. I know Live Nation had some kind of I saw some news about it this morning regarding Ticketmaster trading higher after reports suggesting the company reached a settlement with the DOJ in its antitrust case brought by the federal government. Okay, so that is the reason why LYV is up. It's the only stock up in the communication sector, LYV. So there you go. There's a way to play something that's going super counter to the whole market, but also to a sector. What's the worst one? T-Mobile or AT&T. Sorry, AT&T is the worst one. And again, this is just the I don't have to give this to you. This is the sector status channel. Now, you can pop any one of these out so that you don't have to necessarily stay in the channel if that's what you want to do. And that's what I've done. I've done that with the sectors. Okay, I've just elongated it. But all that is this one popped out. How to do it? I right click. And that goes for any one of these windows and any other window that you see in any one of the channels. Okay, but if I right click on it, notice it says duplicate into free floating window. Sometimes it just might say duplicate. Okay, it's the same thing. So if I say if I click on duplicate into free floating window, that's what happens. It becomes a free floating window, basically taking it out of the channel. So you don't have to stay in the channel all day long if you don't want to. So, some of you might say, okay, I wouldn't mind having that one. And maybe you pop out a couple of these because, you want to follow a couple of the major sectors all day long and tracking the top stock and the weak stock. That might be an idea for some of you. Well, I'm going to show you something in our AI, guys. Two good ones, actually. So remember, I was talking about ANTX earlier. I was saying I didn't really recall seeing it on Friday or any of these days. Obviously, it was really moving, but I don't really recall seeing it. But anyway, so if you have our AI, and if you don't have these reentry, if you're not looking at that reentry price, you should be. Okay, it's that simple. Because what happened here is that ANTX, yeah, there was an alert at 324. I think it popped from there, but then it hit the stop. Okay, then it got halfway between the original entry price, 324, and the stop, which in this case is 319. So if you didn't take it the first time, or even if you took it the first time, you should not have been, well, because it actually ran from 324. You shouldn't have taken a loss, but even if you just wait for the reentries, which is I call it a strategy. Here's another one here. ATRA. This is on a short. 654 got stopped out, but it's at 631 now. If you don't understand what I'm talking about and you have the AI, let me know. Oh, look at Olma. Oh my gosh. Well, your scan did, William, but I know you don't use it the same way. But there you are. Even if you wait it to 1502, okay? I'm staring at my order that I had in at 1510 that it didn't get filled. So both rooms are trading rooms, guys, but they're also support rooms. So if you've got questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at Stex here. Where could it go before? Yeah, I mean it's showing up here, but the problem I've got is that the next high looking left is 227 or so. It's too close to the current price. If the next high had been up here around 250, I'd be way more inclined to take a look at it. What we think is that it has a similar drug to Roche, Vlad. Okay, that's what we were talking about in the pre-market. It was brought up, William and maybe PJ. It has a similar drug to Roche. Just give me a moment. Okay, why is this not changing? Remember the symbol for this. It's a bit of a strange one. So their breast cancer drug falls short in phase 3 study. Okay, and I guess the conjecture is that Olma has had a similar drug. That's the only thing we can think of because there was no specific news for Olma. So a complete overreaction because it did not have a. Because I'm just looking at all the headlines here. I'm just looking to see even Olma is in here just to say, they had a similar drug. Not that they did a trial, not that it failed, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. So, in fact, Williams saw an article that listed the Roche drug failure as a reason for Olma. Okay. Boy, this DTCK, this was also a nice one from the down big yesterday up today. I mean, this got halted several times, I believe. Yeah, somebody mentioned hymns is popping. I do have that one thumbnailed, but I mean, look, it's been choppy as heck. I mean, I'm sure people are skeptical of this, but anyway, it's at the VWAP. I guess that's what we can say. But have they? Hymns is after, catapults after settling its bloody saga with Novo. If you've been following this story for a while, on this month here, it looked like Novo and Hims had a deal, and Hims popped, and then Novo decided to sue them, saying that it was because they were selling some kind of a generic composition of the. Anyway, so now they've kissed and made up. Well, there's pizza. Let's take a look at pizza. PZZA. Too close. Look at the highs. Highs looking left for me anyway. I almost think that what is the cure doing here? QURE. So it is fading. RBC is raising their price target to 35 from 11. Okay. I almost feel like asking Gemini about this one, just to see. So, as the FDA vaccines chief's exit seen as easing regulatory pathway, it seemed like there was only one guy who was hammering this company. Oh, okay. Sorry, my cat is going driving me crazy. All right, guys. Well, let's see what's happening with some of these ones that are run races today. This was almost an all-day short on Friday, the MEOH. Look at OMA over and over. When I say that, I'm talking about the scan that is producing that produced this one. Wouldn't it be wild if it went positive? So even Oppenheimer. So what price target do they put on it? They put a $48 price target on it. Stiefel put a $48. So Oppenheimer and Stiefel are working together to try to pop this stock, get it to recover. All right, Mr. Market, what are you going to do here? So I'm going to put a price alert, say up here. See if it gets back up to at least to the 666 area. Okay. And let's see if it does that. It's over the VWAP right now. As the selling has subsided somewhat, but I'll put a low down here also, or a price alert down here. All right, guys, 10:25. I don't trust that HIMS at all. Let's take a look at it. I think it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. See what happened? It tried to several times get through the VWAP. You can see that purple line on my chart. That's the VWAP. It tried there to get through it, rejected. Tried again, rejected. There are a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Let's take a look at fluence, guys. I'd like to take a look at the ones that are showing up in here that are just over the whole number. In this case, that's FLNC. Next high looking left. Ooh, it's got room. Right? Okay, it's got room. I mean, it has room to 16. Not saying it's getting there, but at least we don't have to worry about near-term chart resistance on this one. That's the high right there, 1619. So let's see this one on the fluence. Can it hold over 15? I almost have to take Olma off my screen. Obi, you know what? I want to ban you, so quit talking about Olma, okay? Try it. No questions at all. Okay, guys. Well, I might put myself on mute for the rest of the day. Seriously, the no questions. Again, there have to be people out there wondering about something. Just don't be shy, okay? There are no stupid questions, honestly. Now, will Oma finally reach? Well, of course, it'll reach a peak somewhere. It's always a challenge. Is where? So let's see now. So that was a reverse split. Thank you, Obi. I'm just looking here. That's why. So the DTCK that was effective today also. Okay, it looks like a 1 for 20. So that is the reason why this DTCK is so active today and reverse split today. Wow. What's the best way to tell if the SPY is going to drop overnight? Well, I guess check the macro events in the world. I mean, if there's more, stuff happening over there. I mean, but futures usually tells you. Now, does it mean it's? 100%. It's going to, when you wake up in the morning, it's going to be down. But I mean, the futures were telling you Sunday night. Yeah, that too, William. But what are you trying to accomplish, though, Jay? You know, wake up in the morning and short everything. I mean, you never know. I mean, just because the futures drop overnight doesn't mean they're going to continue at some point have a bounce. Well, the problem with that is that just because the futures might be falling overnight, and when you wake up in the morning, yeah, they might be. Well, what are you going to do? I mean, you say you're a beginner. Are you going to be shorting stocks? I mean, if you're a beginner, most beginners don't short. They're not too comfortable with it, or not sure how to do it. And when you say you're a beginner, are you beginner to trade ideas, or a beginning trader yourself, like a beginner? Because if you are, on my homepage, I can put my homepage link in again. There's a whole series of videos, and they're free. That before you start trading, you have to understand how to like read a chart, understand a little bit about support and resistance, things like that. It's not good enough just to say, well, the market's going down, so I'm going to short everything. And you can find it here, on my homepage. I really recommend, because it's not, trading is not easy. So on my homepage, just scroll down a little bit, and when you see the education section, click on the more info, and right here, back to basics, 15 free videos. Okay. Question in our YouTube room: does MSTR strictly follow Bitcoin? Well, I mean, obviously it's influenced. I mean, and that's why, I look at all these early ones, and the down big yesterday, up today, they're all Bitcoin related. So yeah, check the videos out, because I mean, trading can be bewildering. I mean, when you see all these ideas coming, and you have no idea what to do with them, because every time I click on a symbol and I'm looking at these charts, the charts are telling me a story. Okay. And if you're looking at these charts and you're saying, well, I haven't got a clue what the story is, what this chart is trying to tell me, you're at a real disadvantage. Okay. And then you're just kind of saying, oh, I'll take this one because I don't know, I read some news about it, or we talked about the fluence, guys. The Fluence, I mean, well, it had room, right? It had 1619, so it had over $1 to the next high. So, we were talking about this one. Will it hold 15? Obviously, it did. Now, again, Pablo, if you're asking me, is there an absolute direct correlation with MSTR and Bitcoin? I do know this. I mean, if Bitcoin is going to run, I mean, MSTR usually, but I mean, I don't know about the percentage, but that Sailor guy is, he's all over Bitcoin. Whoa, look at UMAC. I was just going to mention it as a potential reshort because it just went, just give me a moment. Okay, now this is a potential reshort for me. The next low looking left is 15, so there is room. Wish it weren't so close to this to the 16 mark though, the whole number. Oh, here's another one from the William Scan guy. So it's mildly positive. Well, it just took a little pop. What's the spread like? Yeah, I don't like the spread. Look at the spread, guys. 30-cent spread, almost a 30-cent spread. So, difference between the bid and the ask, 29.08, 29.30. So not too interested in it. Like it, I've tried a few of those even fairly recently, and I just end up getting a little bit burned by them. So, Jay, do you actually have trade ideas? It's funny on a day when the market is down, the long ones from the Williams scan have worked out very well. Ooh, but here was one. Okay, well, let me explain something then. I don't know if you have the AI. Okay, then you have our premium service. In my opinion, this is all you should be doing with the AI, in my opinion. Okay. If you click on new from the toolbar, maybe you're already doing this, but if let me just go, there could be other people out there. If you click on new from the toolbar, click on premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. You see this, you guys don't have all of this. I'm in a development version of the product. So it's the middle one that starts off with premium AI, the premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you'll see, something like this. Okay. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, more than likely in the filter section, maybe profitable trades is checked. Okay, uncheck it. Uncheck it. So, is that how you're following the AIJ, or are you going to the AI channel? This is the simplest way, the least confusing way, in my opinion, to follow it. And I'll explain why to uncheck it. Just let me know. Again, just click on new from the toolbar, and then the middle one that says premium AI, the premium AI strategy trades window. Have you got that? Have you got that now on your screen? Yeah. So pick the middle one. Click on new from the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. The middle one that I'm pointing at. Okay. You see what I'm pointing? You can see my screen, right? You can see what I'm pointing at. That middle one right there. I just need an answer so I can continue. When you say you see three up here, you're talking about these three, right? Okay, so you've gone. No, I know sent in our YouTube room. I'm talking to somebody in our. We have two rooms going, so I'm talking to Jay in the other room. Okay, so you see the pics. Okay. So you see something that looks like this, right? You see these are the AI alerts today. What I was going to say is in the filter section, you see I have it saying none. Yours might say profitable, or yours might have profitable trades. And so you might only see 3. Okay, uncheck it. Okay, go to the filter, that little box here that says profitable, and it's a little drop down arrow. Uncheck that. So that now you're going to see all the trades that have happened today. Okay. You should see another 4 trades. Okay. Now, here's the key thing. You see where it says now this should be the default. When I say the default, you should have a column that says reentry price. Let me know if you can see a column that says reentry price. Okay, good. So what that means is this. When I can pay a lot of attention to the AI, I'm sort of tugged in a lot of different directions, but there was the entry price for ANTX, okay, at 941. And just to give you an idea, hello, Tank. Good morning. The earliest alert you'll get in the AI is at 940. Okay, that's the earliest alert. So the earliest one today was at 941. So you had an alert at 324. That was the entry. I think actually, yeah, I mean, it moved a little bit off that, but what happened is it hit the stop. There was the exit, it hit the stop literally within a minute. Okay, entry 941, exit 942. Okay, so you have but then what happens is, and the reason why, excuse me, the reason why you uncheck the profitable, because you will not see this. You will not see the reentry because it's still below the entry price. The reentry, and how you get a reentry, and it's automatic, of course, is that if a stock at any point during the day hits the stop price and then comes halfway between the entry and that stop price, you will get another alert on it. And in this case, that was the reentry at 319. What I like to do is I like to just wait for reentries. I don't even bother about the first time. Now, sometimes it just rips and that's okay. But I tend to just wait for reentries. Think of it this way, maybe the alert, like the idea was still sound, it was just a little early. So I mean, if you want, you can take it at the first alert, but I like to wait for the reentry, just give it a little more time to set up. And so what happened after that, you can see at 319, it's now 386. That's a tremendous move. Okay, you see what I'm saying, Jay? And here's a reentry on a short for ATRA, 654. That's a short, 614 now. There was an entry at 644. It hit the stop and then came down halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, and you have a reentry. You will not see those. You will not see those if you have the profitable. I mean, you can see them now. Maybe no, you wouldn't even see them now. Okay, so uncheck that. Now, I'm not saying that's the only, you don't have to do it that way. The other thing, though, if you're new to trading still, I mean, just because, like, I think people think that just because they get an alert with our AI that they have to hop into the trade immediately. No. Okay. You know, I mean, if I get an alert, I don't care if it's from the AI or from one of my scans, I'm always going to click on the symbol. I'm going to check to see what I see. If I like what I see, maybe I take the trade. If I don't like what I see, then I'm not going to take the trade. Now, my idea of liking or not liking what I see, of course, is based on some experience. But I don't think it's a bad idea just to wait for reentries. Let it settle down a little bit. Now, some days you may not get any reentries, and it doesn't mean just because you get a reentry, it's going to work, of course. I mean, if it were that simple, I wouldn't be doing this. You're only trading options. Well, then you're not using the AI really, are you? I mean, you could use, I mean, I'm looking at ANTX as an example, doesn't trade options. ATRA does not trade options. I mean, SLDB, trade is traded 62 today. So I guess if you're just waiting for an AI alert that happens to be optionable, well, okay, I guess you can do that. Olma was one, but it was a short opportunity. Obviously, you know, it went completely the other way. Guys, give me about 30 seconds and I'll be back. All right, guys. So Jay, I mean that was a great question, because I'm glad I explained it also because there could be 10 or 20 other people out there that, people can get very shy about asking questions. And people who have the AI and had no idea, about this reentry price. No idea. Here's one for SLDB. Now SLDB, I think actually it worked quite well even at the beginning. Yeah, I mean, we had the alert at 763. It got up to here, 8 something, and then it pulled back, hit the stop. You see, there's the stop right there, that red line on my chart. Hit the stop. It is now, and it got halfway between. So this could be going on another run. But when I look at this, I mean, there's the VWAP, that purple line, that could stall it. Yeah, this morning, tank, the Olma, was hammered down, and articles suggesting that the only reason it was hammered down because they have maybe a similar drug to Roche, which is a breast cancer drug, and Roche got hammered down on their late stage. So this got dragged down because of it. It was nothing to do with their trial or anything like that. But there were a lot of well, here's another one. Here's TD Cowen coming in with covers with a buy. Stiefel and Oppenheimer said, you know what, we're still maintaining our 42 or $48 price target on it. Meanwhile, I mean, look how fabulous that reentry on the Antax is, ANTX. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Look at that reentry, 319. Now it's at 426. Well, let's see. So Jay, you know that we have some option filters, right? You do know that, or do you not know that? It's not scanning for options as such, but we do have some option filters. And have you been using them? All right, guys. Well, yeah, the market is there's their low right there. Now that's not the pre-market low was down here. So it did hit that. Man, I had a price alert here, and it did hit that. Let's see if it can take out that high right there. That actually, what time is that? That's 5:30. That's pre-market. So this is the market 9:30 high. So I'm going to put a price alert there and see if it can continue. And there's the VWAP. It popped through the VWAP, and now it's starting to move. Well, just let me show you though. What I'm trying to show you though is that we do have some option filters, okay, that may help you trade options. It's not scanning for options. But let me just show you. Okay, I'm gonna right click on this alert window and click on configure. I'm gonna go to the search. And then in the search terms, I'm gonna type in options. Okay, so these are the option filters that we've got. So we have the put call ratio. We have some obvious ones. So the put call ratio, the put volume today, the call volume today, and then the option volume today. Okay, those are some obvious ones, but these are the two right here. The option volume, that refers to the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this option volume today percent, if you use it, if you put say three, if you use this filter as an example and you put say 300% ratio of three, say a stock has normally over the last 10 days has traded 5,000 contracts normally. And that would be in this option volume here. If you put 300, if you say put 300 in here, what that means is that stock that has normally or on average traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for you to see that stock today, it will have traded at least 15,000 contracts. So I'm only mentioning that if you're interested in trading options, at least what this is doing, it's showing you the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. I don't trade options at all, but I mean, some people say that really helps them because then, you're zeroing in on stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So in an alert window, or even if you right click, okay, right click, and then click on in configure or click configure. Okay, click configure. So an alert window or even a top list window, click click on so right click the window. I'm just using this as an example. And then right click on and this big box pops up, click on configure. Then there's a search box. Okay, there's a search box. Click on the search, and then in the search terms, just type in options. This tells you what we've got. Okay. And here are the option filters that we've got. Okay. And that's what I'm saying here. The option volume today percent. If you want to find stocks that are trading really abnormally option wise, then you use this, whatever you think is going to be abnormal, 200, 300, 400%, which is, a ratio of say 2, 3, 4. And what it does is it just helps you find stocks that are really trading abnormally option wise. So you can see OMA as an example. Look at OMA. OMA has traded 9,800 contracts so far. That is 6.6 times normal, which makes sense, right? Because, you know, people are just looking at this stock all day long because of what's happened, the recovery, the beat down and then the recovery. So, there's a lot of option activity. Now, can that help you trade the option in it? I mean, that's up to you. I mean, I don't know. I don't trade options, but because otherwise, what are you going to like if you like, what all we try to do here as intraday traders here is find the stocks that are trading abnormally. I don't want to find a stock that is trading a million shares, but that's what it normally does. I want to find a stock that is trading a million shares and that's 10 times normal, maybe. Okay. And so it's trading abnormally. And there's other things to it, but I mean, that's the whole goal for me as an intraday trader. Find the stocks that are trading abnormally. And obviously, you look at ANTX. Now, it doesn't trade options, okay? But look at the relative volume, 250. What that means is it's trading 250 times normal, what it normally does up to this time of day. This is what this relative volume filter is all about. So right now, it's almost 11 o'clock Eastern time. Is trading it is trading 250 times what it normally does up to this time of day. Pretty abnormal, right? No, that's very abnormal, of course. I don't have to see stocks that are trading necessarily that. I can see stocks that are trading, even like five relative volume is a very, very good, place to start. All right, guys. So I'm looking at the TGLS now from William Scan, 4112. How much volume? Hmm. But I look at the spread, 4091, 4129. It's the spread is too bad for me anyway. This blue window I'm showing here is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It is time and sales from interactive brokers. So it's nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, so it will be VIR tested 10, but could not get through it in any big way. VIR. Oxy, of course, is a energy play. 5634 is the next high, so takes that out. Just give me a moment. Hey guys, I'm back. So Jay, I actually had a what I called an option scanner, which combined, stocks that are really trading high relative volume. So, the volume itself is extraordinary. Plus the option activity is extraordinary. But remember, it's not scanning for options. It's not looking at the Greeks or anything like that. Okay. As a new trader, are you new to trading? Because option trading is not easy. It's one of the I never really traded it. I think I no, I never really took a hard look at trading options. Give me a moment. Well, if you're making money doing it, just keep doing it. That's all they can say. All right, this has been an active one also. FSLY, very active. Big month last month. Big week a couple of weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago. Yes, 3 weeks ago. But look left. Why wouldn't I take this right now? Well, I look left, and between the current price and right here, I mean, look, if somebody told me it was for sure going to get to 2150, I'd take it, of course. But to me, it really has to get through all of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Maybe it gets through it today, but if not today, maybe it gets through it tomorrow. And because if it gets through that tomorrow, then look left on a monthly chart, it has a ton of room, $26. It's an earnings play, and it's maintained. I mean, this has been a great earnings play. Look at that yellow line. That is when it had earnings. This was the reaction, and remember what the market's been doing, and this has not fallen down. So look how the market has turned a little bit, guys. Remember the last time we looked here, XLE was the only positive sector. So now we're starting to get a few more, like silver is positive, the semis, um, healthcare, IBB. Okay, so we've got some positive sectors. The weakest ones were the retail and home builders. Home builders is still weak. It's had a bit of a bounce, but not much. See a little bit of a bounce. That's kind of interesting. I'm going to play this ETF. You can see what's happening. A nice big base here, right at the VWAP, that purple line, and now some volume came in, and it's starting to pop a bit. I wish if this were a little cheaper, I'd probably try to take a stab at this one, XHB. I just don't like stocks over 100, but you can see what's happening. Retail sort of did the same thing a little earlier. Look what it did. Not quite the same consolidation at the VWAP that XHB did, but you can see what happened. It got to the VWAP and it's been moving, moving, moving. And you can just see, follow the wave, the TI wave. And again, for those of you wondering what these waves you see, the orange wave and the blue wave, if you don't have them on your charts and you want to add them, just let me know. Part of the standard service. And I think it's a great visual aid to help keep in trades a lot longer than probably you ever used to, including myself. Okay, here's another one, guys. Sign me up. Okay, I'll show you how. Here's FIGR. But look at this. Boy, if we can get through all that. Had earnings a few days ago. Not great. All right. So to get the waves on your chart, okay. And again, this is part of the standard service. So I don't have the waves on this chart. You notice there are no orange or blue on my daily chart. So this is how you do it. First thing, you right click on your chart and hopefully you can, if you can, hopefully you can all see my screen. One of the options, okay, I'll do it again. Right click on your chart and and a big box pops up. One of the options at the bottom is use browser interface. That has to be checked. If it's already checked, then don't uncheck it. It's a toggle on and off. So I'll check it. Okay. Now the wave will not appear in your chart. But that has to be checked. Right click. So if use browser interface is already checked, then we'll go on to the next step. So 156, let me know. First of all, have you checked use browser interface? Okay, checked. Now, the next step. Hopefully, you're on a version of Trade Ideas that has this. At the top here, hopefully you can see there's some icons. If you can see the little anchor icon that I'm pointing at, right to the left of it is the indicator icon. Do you see that? Can you see that? Okay. Do you have something that says FX? FX at the top. No. What version of Trade Ideas are you on? If you click on Help and About, tell me the version. Click on Help and About. What's the version you're on? I'm on a development version. No, no, no. But the version. I don't mean the premium. I mean, the build. Okay. You might have to at least upgrade. Okay. Don't look at. I mean, I'm on a build. I'm always on a development versions. But what does that number say beside the version? Like mine says 5.7.7.0. Okay, just all you have to do is pretty simple. Just click on help in the toolbar and then about. Okay, help and about. That'll tell you immediately what version you're on. You may have to upgrade. When I say upgrade, just get on a later version. So just click on help and about. Wow, that is really old. I think you're going to have to upgrade to at least the production version, okay? That's why you're not seeing it. That's very old. So I can give you a link and he does have the FX version? Okay, so is it possible your screen is too small? Your chart is too small, okay? The only reason maybe you're not, do you see any icons? So for instance, you see what happens if I come on, if I get my chart to a certain size, like this is too small to even see any icons, okay? So maybe that's the reason you're not seeing any icons. Because you might have to stretch out your chart to see Never mind these icons, but at least the FX icon. Gosh, it's gonna make it a lot easier once everybody can, you know, be on the same version and then you see what I'm saying, though? If you I don't know how big your charts are. It's the only thing I can think of that your chart is too small, so you're not seeing any icons. Well, I asked him that you have to be use browser interface, has to be checked. He said he was. Said it was checked. Yeah, it is checked. So is your maybe your chart is just too small. You see what I'm doing? I'm just gonna get my pointer. So now when the pointer changes to that uh, east west icon, then I on my mouse I just left click and I drag the chart so it's bigger so I can see these icons. Again, don't worry about because that's the only reason I can think of that you don't see FX. FX is the earlier version of how to get the trade wave enacted. That's all we're trying to accomplish here. And if you don't see, like Pepe says, that the version you're on should will have the FX. I don't know. That's an older version, but he says it should have the FX as long as this is checked. The use browser interface is checked. Wow, no icons. Well, I don't know then. I don't know why you're not seeing it. You know what? You probably should upgrade anyway. Upgrade. I mean, just get a later version. Okay, let me give you a link. Don't tell me I did. Here it is. Okay, so if you click on that, you can down. Oh, you're on that. Oh shoot, you already on that. You already on that. So for some reason I thought that was on it. That's what you meant, Pepe. Well, is there any reason why he doesn't see FX at least? Hmm, that is the production version. So I mean, you should see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Then if you can't see FX at the top here, not in the indicators. Some people look at the indicators and think they're going to see it here, but shoot. Just give me a moment. That would be the daily. I've got to add my 200-day moving average. That's all. Back. Okay, so Pepe is saying maybe I'll share this. Yeah, but of course he doesn't have these indicators. But maybe will it show FX? I can try. So I'm just sharing this chart here, okay? I'm sharing this chart right here that has the wave on it, and see if FX shows up for you. Now you won't see the same indicators because this is the version I'm on, but let's see if FX shows up at the top here as one of the icons to click on. Well, for those of you who either have that icon that you can see it, okay, that icon, the little indicator icon beside the anchor, or FX, what you do is you click on it, and then TradeWave is one of the boxes that, or one of the options that pops up, and you click on TradeWave, and then that'll enact the TradeWave. Well, I'm giving you oh, you don't know how to load a link? Oh, you have seen those icons before. Well, then this is getting confusing. If you've seen the icons before, then that means, well, today they don't show. Hmm. Well, if you click on this link, okay. This is my my chart, and then load the link. You know how to do that? Yeah, I mean, there's the link up here. I know, Pepe. There's another way. I've just highlighted the link. I copy the link, and then I file load from the cloud, and the link is here. And what Pepe is saying, if you load that chart on, then you should see FX. Maybe it's on your different laptop. Maybe. Hard for me to know, of course. Well, this is now starting to turn into my favorite day, guys. Big gap down, and then a recovery. We've had now, take a look at the SPY here. We're making higher lows, as you can see. I asked him to. He said he had a big chart. I asked him to maximize it. He said he supersized it. See, it says my chart is now super enlarged, but no icons. How about just, yeah, to indulge us? If you click on the square, okay, little square in your chart, that's going to take over your entire screen. That's okay. And then you can always, get it back. But let's just see if you see if it's fits your entire screen. Maybe it still wasn't big enough. I don't know. Well, can you see in the chart? You see where there's a minus sign, then there's a square, then there's an X. So click the X. That'll get little little box, a little square box. If I do that, see, and then you just have to click on it again and get it back down. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to help you. I just don't know how to help you. If you cannot see the FX somewhere up here. Yeah, maybe restart as Pepe is saying, just or maybe before you restart, go to your account and do a reset connection. Maybe. But if it's on your other, like you're using a laptop, you're saying today, if it's on your other, um, you're using a desktop or another laptop and it's there, because you say you've seen it before, so it's got something to do with what your laptop configuration or. All right, guys. Well, I have missed a bunch of some really nice ones from the from William Scan. All right, XXI 21. I don't know this one at all. No, it's a Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin related business. So that's why it's work. That's why it is on the move today. Bitcoin 69,000. Guys, remember EDSA from last week? EDSA. Remember that one from last week? Look what it's doing right now. Okay. Remember, I had a huge day last week. It got started the week before, big day last week, and now another continuation. EDSA. Volume is still stellar, 12 times normal, low float. Good Canadian company at a Markham. Let's see if it has any sort of a pullback. It's just over the whole number. See how it's following the wave? Even technology went mildly positive. XLK, the technology sector, went mildly positive. And the home builders, remember we was just talking about that? Look how I wish it had been a little cheaper. I may have taken this one. Home builders are recovering also. XHB. All right, guys. Well, in about 40 minutes from now, I will be taking a break. And Chris Defer from our from Trade Ideas. Usually on Mondays, he takes over for me in our YouTube room. I just want to confirm it. All right, Chris is going to do double duty, guys. Double duty. He'll be here today and tomorrow, taking over for me in our YouTube room while I take my break. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room from JMC Sharma is does Trade Ideas have built-in functionality for being able to see the high and low of the current candle at a glance rather than having to click the candle and checking the info box? Okay, So yeah, this is a pet peeve of mine. You see, if you're using the non-browser, you see, I don't have the browser interface checked. So yeah, I can go to a candle without having to click on it. And I can see all that information right at the top. I think that's what you're talking about, right? I can go right. I can just without having to click on the candle and checking any sort of an info box. Now you're having to check up here, but I mean that's pretty simple. Okay. Oh, but if you're using the browser interface, then it's a little more, then you have to click on the box. You have to click on a can, and then the box does show up. Now it'll be there until you tell it not to. Okay. And then you just have to hover over a candle and the values will change. I just don't like the box because it takes up room. Now, if you have a huge chart, it's probably not a big deal. Okay. So again, if you want to get that box up, but you see in the browser interface charts, by hovering over a candle, you don't see all that information at the top that you see on the non-browser. Ah, good. Okay. So it's got something to do with your laptop, the laptop that you're using, 156. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do it. They want you to click on, because they want to have all that information up here. You see, they want to have that information up here. You see, here is sort of the cleaner look on the weekly chart. I don't have it checked. Yeah, so check the laptop. Well, he said it was 5 point. Well, but you checked it, right? You did check the laptop that was giving you the problems, and it's the latest production version, the 5.6.104. Anyway, now you know how to do it. Okay, you just click on the FX or whatever version you've got. Okay, it's either going to be FX that you click on or the indicator icon that's just to the left of an anchor, if that's what you're seeing, and you just click on it, and then trade wave is one of the options, and you click on trade wave, and that'll enact the trade wave. Now, if you already have trade wave, this is just a toggle on and off. If I click on it now, the trade wave disappears. Okay, not trade wave, TI wave, TI wave, TI wave. All right, guys. Well, that means that if it was checked, remember it's a toggle on and off. Okay, so that's what I was saying. I mean, if I check it now, the trade wave will disappear. So you should see if it's checked. Then again, that's all I'm saying. If you check it, then it's a toggle on and off. So now I have to recheck it to get the wave active again. Now, how to use it? Again, it'll be up to you. I mean, the way I use it, it's not so much my seeing a buy or a sell flag, though it would be nice. Okay. I just use it if I click on well, the Ampex. Somebody asked me about Ampex earlier today. Didn't have that much volume, but certainly is moving. I don't call this I'm trying to find a wave that would really if you click on help and about, okay, that'll tell you the version you're on. So click on help from the toolbar, and then so when you do that, help and then about, that'll tell you what version you're on. That is weird then. That's what makes support sometimes really difficult when you've got two different laptops, both have the same version. You don't have them both up and running at the same time, though, right? I mean, you can only have you can have trade ideas on as many you can have trade idea. Okay, that was your next question. Yeah, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want, but you can only have it running one device at a time. See, here's an example of something, okay? Look at the NTSX. I just clicked on this. Now, if I'd clicked on this a little earlier and I'd seen this action here, and had I seen the buy flag, but this to me would have been something I probably could have taken. Okay, and how I watch for it now. I want to for me the way I use it. Okay, I'm watching to see the best trade wave is a narrow wave for me anyway. This is a little bit fat, but with the bottom of the bars at least maintaining contact with the top of the wave. The reason for me is that then it hasn't gone too parabolic. Now look, if I'm down here in this trade and it goes parabolic, fantastic. But if I'm in the trade here, the minute it starts going parabolic, I think, well, other traders are going to see this and they might start taking some profit. Here is sort of a tutorial, okay? So if you click on new, not sort of, there's a video done on it. So if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on docked channel bar. And this is what remember, docked channel bar. And if you there's one channel called the Ripster Rippers, okay? Ripster Rippers, click on that. And then a video will pop up somewhere, okay? Okay. This is the video that explains what the trade wave idea is all about. Now, if you don't see it, it's possible it's behind the channel. I've got a couple of monitors. That's why it popped up on my other monitor. But when you find, then you just list. It's about a 5 minute long video, okay? And it basically gives you an idea about what the trade, what we got to what the TI wave. We have to change the name TI wave, okay? But it's the same thing. And that so you can listen to that video, gives you an idea about what the idea is behind it. But SMA and EMA crosses, and I don't pay any attention. I have not changed anything because you'll also see that you have the ability right there, right there, beside TradeWave. There's some icons right there that allows you actually to control. This is a fast EMA 5, slow EMA 12. It's all about crosses, but you can, if you have more trading experience and you're used to what this is trying to do, which I'm not, I just have left the default. I find the default works perfectly well for me, but you can adjust these periods. You get, but that implies that you have an idea about what you're doing in that wave. I've just left it as a default. All right, guys. Well, 11:35. So, how about fat here? PHAT. Um, where could this go? Next high looking left is 11:28. Too close for me. This Olma might turn into a bit of a short. I mean, it's already that break of 18 underneath. The wave now is turning has turned orange. So again, it's not about my seeing the sell or the buy flag. I'm answering JMC Sharma again in the YouTube room. I'm not. It ideally, ideally, we'll be able to construct our own scans that will show you when a sell flag or a buy flag shows up. Okay, as a real time alert. Ideally, and I encourage everybody on Wednesdays when our CEO, the CEO of Trade Ideas, does his 12 to 1 YouTube stream to just keep asking him the question, when? Okay. He knows that we want it. But again, it's not a matter of my seeing a sell flag or a buy flag. I mean, it just happens if I happen to click on a symbol and I like what I see, here's a buy flag right here, right? Did I have to see that? But what if it pops here, it's sort of it is consolidating. I might like to take this trade. Let's just say I decided I really want to take this trade. So I'm in the trade. And then, if the wave starts moving higher and higher for me, I keep in the trade, if that makes sense. Okay. So it's not about my having to see a buy flag way down here or at any point. It just helps me if I'm going to get into a trade. And then when I'm in the trade, is the wave positive for me still? And it's not transitioned to say orange if I've gone long. It's just a nice visual aid to keep in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. Had I taken this trade here for the Ampex, I'm not saying this is beautiful. The reason I'm not saying it's beautiful because which ideally for me, what I want to see is that no bars pierce the wave. The minute the bar pierces the wave, if I had been in this trade right here, I would have taken some off right here. Okay, because the minute the bar pierces the wave, that could be a sign that the trend that's going to change. Doesn't, but in this case, it didn't. But that's why I'll usually take some profit the minute a bar pierces the wave. That's how I use it. You're not going to see a video on that. How to use the trade wave. It's just how I have been using it. Yeah, the 2 minute, just because it catches the wave a little bit earlier. The 5 minute is probably just, I probably could use a 5 minute, and get away with that. But the 2 minute just catches it a little bit earlier. I mean, there were, only started using a 2-minute window maybe several months ago, and for years I hadn't used a 2-minute window for years and years and years. But it just sort of catches the wave a little bit earlier. Boy, how good is this Antex now, guys? I mean, that's even a better percentage move. Well, it's going to be modestly better because it's been calculated from the $3.24 entry, but the reentry was at 319 if you waited for that. So it's going to be a little bit better than even the 38%. I love doing my videos on these because I just always want people to know that there's this reentry. Now, there's a lot of them today. I'm not saying they're all going to work like Antax, but let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at them. So here was a reentry this is a short for Olox. Okay. A reentry at 186. It's 172 down. I mean, it's positive. 654, again, a short, it's positive and nothing fabulous, but it's positive. 654, again, this is another short, 645. So it's positive. Obviously, the OLMA, no. Well, the OLMA actually did not give a reentry. And what about this one? The REPL? Another really good one. So, quite frankly, they've all worked to varying degrees. Okay. Well, today, all of the reentries have worked to varying degrees. I mean, obviously, this one is a huge winner. This one is, modest. This one is modest, 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 but they're all, all you have to do is just look at, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is not, this was a long. I thought that was a short. So this one, no. But the rest of them, they've all worked to varying degrees. All right, guys. Well, this has got some room. We're at the high of yesterday. That's for FPS. And when you look left, so this was one that was down yesterday, Friday, and now it's up today. And let's see what the SPY is doing. A lot of these stocks have been moving with the SPY. Not that this one, I mean, this is a pretty, it's a fairly new IPO, I guess, last month. Give me a moment, guys. I will be back in about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I am now back. Monica, I don't like this trend. You're starting to leave early now. I do not like that at all. Mainly because I can't. Yeah, 6 hours is enough for me, William. 6 hours is plenty. But I sort of leave. I may not be on the mic, but I believe me, I haven't really left. Okay, guys. Wow, 11:46. So about 15 minutes from now, I will be taking my break. Okay, guys. Well, I just mentioned the FPS. Look at it. Look at it now. It's starting to run. Okay, the FPS. This is from the scan right here. Down yesterday, down at least 5%, and then up today. These are reversal patterns. And interesting. I mean, the market has been in recovery mode most of the day now, and hardly. Well, it makes sense. With the market down, you're going to get more bouncers, especially if the market is doing something like this, as opposed to stocks that. Because even on Friday, I can't remember what the market was doing, but the Friday market was not great. So you're not going to see too many stocks that closed above 5%, because that's what the yellow implies, as a potential short. Boy, meanwhile, Antax just keeps making new high. Now, see how the wave. See, it's a little more difficult. I find that with the lower float stocks, the cheaper lower float stocks, you will start to get some volatility in the wave. I do not trade futures at all. No, just stocks. Well, just the one trade for me, guys, the UMAC early and fairly early, and yeah, it worked out okay, but I missed a lot of other ones, especially the OLMA. Ugh. I'm not going to do anything right now because I'm going to be on a break, so I'm not going to take any new trade right now. The OLMA, though, I mean, I almost turned around and shorted it, but almost doesn't count. But you can see how the wave is moving down. I actually tried. You know what? I did try, but I couldn't get the fill I wanted. Oh, I see. So you've migrated from the from YouTube to here, JMC. Yeah, I mean, there's not that much action. People who are in YouTube, typically, if you're in YouTube, well, there's two reasons. You're in YouTube because all you care about is maybe hearing me and seeing my screen. That's it. Or number two, you don't even know the other room exists. No, William, William, William. All right, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now is I will put the YouTube link in because I do take James, yeah, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay, so I do take a break. And Chris Varley from Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. So this is the link, but you know that. But for others, meanwhile, meanwhile, guys, ANTX, what an awesome, awesome, awesome alert from our AI. Continuing to make new high after new high. And we saw this in the pre-market. They're raising 40 million, and I think it was at 285. I definitely it's on my list. Yeah, it's on my list of stocks that we talked about, and it was done at 285. I think when we first saw it, I think the stock was around 320. So we knew it was above the financing price, which is always a very positive sign. And it's just and look, I mean, obviously, look at the room it's got on a monthly chart. The next high is $21. Nothing is going to get there, of course, but this has to be watched tomorrow. Actually, it actually got started about 3 days ago. Because this was a dollar stock, closed at a dollar 37. The next day, 181. And on Friday, I don't really remember seeing this one. I have to admit, don't really remember seeing this one on Friday. 284. They did the financing right here at 285. A lot of times, stocks do financings and the stock goes down below the financing price because these existing shareholders are seeing their position diluted, but not in this case. Okay, I'm going to get my announcement up here. I'm going to hang around, of course, until Chris takes over for me in our YouTube room, but I just want to get the announcement up. Sometimes he shows up a little bit early. Now, of interest, this is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I necessarily want to ever short this today, but 46,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So, if this eventually starts running out of steam, I'm a tuber, you're a tuber. Yeah, yeah. The old Dr. Pepper jingle. Okay, how about the STEX guys? STEX. The original alert came at 212. Where could this go? 212. Next high is, yeah, I did look at this because, you know, for me, the next high is just too close. Is it really to the S&P 500? Okay, VRT. Really? Who's being knocked out, Barry? With a Y? Some company that went private, or somebody literally getting the boot. There's where we say boot, not when we say about. Another new high. I mean, there's no. I mean, when this was back in let's see, February of 2024. So 2 years ago, this is when this stock went crazy. 2 years ago, ANTX. Mitch is being added or removed. So that's being removed. So Match.com, right? That's Match.com, yeah, or Match Group. So that is being removed. Interesting. I can ask Gemini later, but I wonder what the requirements to be in the S&P 500 are. And why is this one being booted out for VRT? Man. Thou shalt not chase. It's hard sometimes not to, you know, especially for me when I see a stock breaking over that, I think, you know, pretty psychological number 5. You know, and you can stay in the, I mean, if you were in this down here, I would have for sure taken some off right here. Okay. The minute, not everything though, but taking some off here, and then you keep riding and riding and riding. That would have been the only little you know, potential but you just keep riding and riding and riding the wave. I mean, this is just this is awesome. I mean, now it's getting really parabolic. I mean, look at the volume. Of course, it's all about the volume. I mean, you know, the volume is just, what was it? I mean, only because they raised money. I mean, is that it? Okay, I heard a little pop. That means Chris is probably in our YouTube room right now. Okay, guys, in the main room. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher ANTX. He must be in it, Varley.
No.
To our trading, to YouTube.
I'm not in it.
What a move.
Yeah.
What a move. I love doing my videos on these sort of moves Not so much just because it went up so much, but because it gave us the reentry. It actually hit the stop and gave us a reentry at 319, and from there it's been almost straight up.
I mean, it's been an incredible couple of days for it, is what it's also been.
Yes. It started like 3 days ago, and
Yeah.
it was a $1 stock 3 days ago, closed at $1.38. The next day it closed at $1.75. Then it closed at 2.90. Did a financing, Chris, at 2.85, and you know what that normally means.
Basement.
Yeah. Well, at least below the financing price at 2.85. But you know what? For whatever reason, they're being rewarded, and in a huge way.
Yeah, someone big out there must be a believer, or at least enough
Yeah.
retail traders are, anyways.
Well, look at the volume today. I mean, 17
I
million
mean, it's even
shares.
taken out Friday's volume, which is
Yes.
incredible. I mean, it's already taken
Yes.
it out by almost triple at this point.
Yes. So why aren't we
Incredible
all in?
stuff.
Why did we not mortgage everything we have in the world?
My crystal
Um,
ball was on the fritz, so I didn't know this time.
Give it a shake. Give it a
Yes.
shake. That might resurrect it. Anyway, Chris, enough. I guess it's bantering. People are wondering, well, what are these guys doing? And you know what?
We're
We spend a
entertaining
minute because this is the only time we get to talk. So we spend about a minute just to say hello, and
exactly.
and that's it. Okay, Chris, I'll let you go. I'll be back in about an hour.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you then.
Okay.
Bye-bye. So, all right, folks, Barry making his way to a break. Looks like we've got eyes on my screen. And we are ready to rock and roll. So happy Monday to you all. Hope you all had a nice weekend. Good start to the week so far. Noon on the East Coast here of the United States. And as always, is an open forum. I don't have any pre-done content as per usual. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this Q&A with your questions. So please don't be shy. Get those in here. Come one, come all. If for whatever reason nobody has any questions for me, I suppose I will, as per usual, do my best to keep this informative and engaging. But I do much prefer it when you are all engaging and asking the questions and driving the content yourself. So, all right, I guess nothing coming in for questions. Again, folks, I cannot stress enough how much better things are for everyone. You're all asking the questions and driving the content of this with what you're looking for, but I will delay not and dance around and discuss some market stuff. So we're just going to do a market tour, I guess, because that's what we're going to do. And, here we are. Here's the SPY representing your S&P 500. And we're back to the lower range of this box we've been in since, or we're trying to move in on it. This lower range of this box we've been in since October of last year. So, I mean, here and here, kind of your bottoms. We're right there right now, not terribly far away. We've got a pullback right now. It's really not a massive pullback at this point. I know that a lot of people probably think it is or feel like it is because, the way it generally works is if the market's down 5%, your stocks are down 10% a lot of times. It's kind of just the way it is. But, in the grand scheme of things, that's all-time highs, and that's where we are. Not exactly a whole lot, or maybe that's all-time highs. Either way, we've got all-time highs not that long ago. We could keep selling off. Nobody's got a prediction. Nobody's got a crystal ball to really predict how this is going to go. Certainly not me anyways. And generally the second someone tells me they know exactly what's going to happen in the market is the minute they get muted and me asking them to please get out of my ear. So, looking at this level here, looking at these levels here. Don't worry, drawing tool. It's not like I need you to work or anything. Aye. So, we can see right there, visualize it a little better. Got a little bit of ways to go before we start to move into a larger pullback scenario. We'll just see what happens. No way to predict this stuff. The Qs representing the NASDAQ. They're down to that lower end of the range right now. We could take a look back here for that. They've been also kind of lagging behind at this point, the rest of the market in general. So make of that what you will. But, one of the things I really want to note is it's not like we're seeing some massive increase in volume or anything right now, right? I mean, the Qs are on track for 1.9 on the relative volume right now. It's kind of a nothing burger. And, look at these green days are matching the red days as far as volume at this point. So I don't know, we're going to have some big sell-off. You're going to want to see some big volume capitulation situation where we get one of those big tall red candles and just really see it overdone to a whole bunch, just smash everybody to pieces. So, we ain't seen that yet. I don't know that we will, but those are the kinds of things that I'm always thinking about and looking for when it comes to bottoms. The other part of this is maybe there is no bottom in the sense of we just kind of grind sideways, things resolve and we move higher again. It's always a possibility. So again, folks, please don't be shy. If anybody has questions, get those questions in for me. It's an open forum. Each week I kind of dance around in the market and some sectors and things like that. But it's really me filling time waiting for you folks to ask some questions here, which is what the purpose of Q&A is really for. So I will hope that some questions come in. Diamonds representing the Dow Jones 30 as we'll continue to tour around the market until some questions do come in. This is getting beat up a little bit more than the rest, I'd say, at this point. And it was the better looking of all of them. It actually had a nice uptrend going on. That gone. That's no longer in that uptrend. And we're looking at the low end of this range again here as well. So, the Dow took a shot over 50,000, which was equivalent to around 5,500 on the diamonds. A little too much for it to bear. And it's handed it back and letting everybody know we're not quite ready to be at those levels yet. Maybe next week, maybe next month, maybe a year from now. Again, anybody's guess is mostly as good as the next person. So we'll see how that all shakes itself out. But just interesting that the Dow went from the better looking of the bunch on three major averages to the less, to the worst looking of the bunch, I should say. IWM representing your Russell 2000 in the small caps here. Not looking so terrible either. A lot of times when you see panic and some sell-off start to happen, which I don't think we've seen whatsoever, IWM will be hit one of the hardest actually. And it just isn't hit that hard to this point. And again, yeah, you got those two volume days on the upper side for the red, but you got these two volume days for the upper side on the green as well, right? So I don't know. Make of these things what you will. For the moment, I'm just going to stay patient and stick to my personal plans. Continue to look at stocks that hold strong through this, formulate some if-then scenarios on some plans. If the market bounces and this stock still looks good like that, then I will look to enter at X area. And if I enter at X area, then I will look to Z area for my stop. And if we move into the profit, I will manage it based on X, Y, Z. And that's, how things really shake out for those with trading plans. So again, anybody has questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get those in for me. Let's look at some sectors, I guess, for now. Let's see what's up bigly today. We got FXI representing your large cap China stocks. Haven't seen China do a whole lot of anything in the last month or so. But, here it is. A big picture going back 5 years. It's really, really come back around quite a bit from how far it was down, because it was really decimated at one point. I'd say this is kind of a big area where it's pulled back into and maybe trying to bounce. Couldn't get up into it, got through it, couldn't hold it, got back through it, testing it again here. So as is the want a lot of times, prior resistance becomes future support. We'll see if that holds true here or if it can break down. But nevertheless, China is one of the stronger stronger sectors at the moment. And I want to follow it up with the K-Web, which is your Chinese internet stocks. And so we got that going on here, and a much different scenario where China FXI over the last 5 years was down 22%. This is still down a little over 60% at this point over the last 5 years. And this just hasn't been able to get itself going whatsoever. And it looked like, got to move up and a pullback, kind of testing towards the bottom. And we got going pretty well. And it just immediately started back on a downtrend to give it basically all up at this point. So, we'll see what happens. The FXI and the K-Web are very different stories right now in the long-term picture, that's for sure. LIT, that is going to be your lithium and ion, folks, batteries and whatnot. And this thing just a beautiful uptrend overall. And even when the market was getting squirrely before the sell-off I'm not even calling this a sell-off, before this couple of down days here, a couple down days and a gap down here, this held stronger overall than the rest of the market. And looks like it's trying to dig its heels in around the 69, 70 area. We'll see how that plays out. But this is the kind of stuff I start to look for. All right, while the rest of the market's pulled back slightly more than this, are there some lithium ion plays out there that are holding up well? And if they continue to hold up well into a bounce of the overall market, those might be what I'm interested in. That's the kind of stuff I'd be looking for. So yeah, lithium ion looking real good. Semiconductors represented by the SMH here. Also not terrible looking. I mean, look, got this area in here, couldn't get through it, got up by it, didn't quite test it, hasn't quite tested it. So the question is, this kind of spongy zone up above that area, is it going to turn into some support and turn itself around, or are we going to see a breakdown of it, right? But, all things considered, think about it for a second. Some of the stocks you see really beat up out there, some of the larger tech stocks you really see beat up out there. And look at how the semiconductors overall are holding up. And then, let's just take a look at the SOXX too, because it's good to look at two different views of this. So it's the SMH, it's the SOXX. And again, more or less very similar looks. Maybe this is pulled down into that area a little better here, really snug up in there. Again, is it a breakdown coming? Are we going to find some legs and some support and make that happen, where it was resistance here and here? Can it become support here and here? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hard telling, not knowing, but it's always good to just kind of take that step out and start to look at different sectors and see how bad things are or are not compared to the narrative out there and compared to individual stocks out there. And you're going to find semiconductors that don't look real great right now. I'll give you an example. ON got its butt kicked in the last 10 days or so after going on a pretty good tear, right? A fairly significant semiconductor player, makes a nice move, consolidates, makes a nice move, consolidates, gets really going, and then gives it all back, basically, or at least, all that part of it back. Gave all this back and all this back. So, doesn't look awesome for it, right? But the big picture, again, we got going on here. One semiconductor I always keep an eye on. I haven't looked at in a while. Marvell. Let's look at Marvell. Let's see what you look like. Looking pretty good, Marvell. Looking really good, actually, if you ask me. Obviously, a very nice positive earnings reaction to it. I have to put this back on the list. Put this back on the keep an eye out list. So, just throw some ideas out there for folks. Make of it what you will. Ignore them. Don't ignore them. Watch them. Anything like that. And again, folks, I'm going to solicit for questions. Please, if anybody has questions, any questions at all, please do not be shy. Again, this is not meant to be an hour of me just talking at you. This is meant to be interactive with you folks asking questions pertaining to Trade Ideas software to get the help that you are looking for with the software. Again, I will do my best to keep this engaging and informative, but I much prefer if I had some questions coming in. Let's move on. Let's look at uranium. I'm just kind of going top down on what's performing well today to what's not performing well today. So, here's uranium. At the moment, kind of looking double top-ish. We'll see. Is it going to break down more? This is definitely an area to be keeping an eye on right here without a question. Will we see more of a breakdown? Can it dig in? I don't know. But, this thing has really gone crazy over the last half year, to say the least, as far as uranium goes anyways. Scroll out just to give the bigger small picture, because this is going back 5 years. We're going back a little more than a year now at this point, a year and a half. Yeah, a little more than a year and a half. Quite the move. Handed it back, handed some back, tried to get going again, was handed some back. So we'll see what happens now. Can it do one of these? Anybody that's a uranium bull, there's your low and a higher low and a higher low. Technically a higher low there. Can this be a higher low, or will it take that out, right? And then, high, higher high, higher high, yet a higher high. The question is, can this be the low on the steps moving up? Make another higher high here and keep that trend intact. Not always clean, the trends. They're not always clean. So that's where we're looking at uranium XBI. That's going to be your biotechs. One of your biotech ETFs. Also, IBB is a biotech ETF. We'll circle to that one in a moment. And over the last 5 years, still down 7, almost 8%, but it is certainly trying to make that round trip to get itself back up in good graces of positive territory. It's been on a very nice uptrend right up until it stalled in here, going sideways. Healthy digestion moving this way. Overall, looks pretty good, the XBI and the biotechs in general. Let's see if that holds true for the IBB as well. Yeah, this looks a little more curly on the top end here. A little more curling down on the top end than the XBI did. But again, nice trend. Consolidating and digesting. Again, question, breakdown, more consolidation, then a breakout. Nobody knows the answer, but we all get to watch it unfold in real time. All right, yeah, that covers all those there. USO. Sorry, probably should have hit that before, but the China thing grabbed my eye at the beginning. So this is United States Oil Fund, and anybody that's filled up their cars with gasoline in the last 7 or 8 days knows that, well, that happened. So we'll see where that goes from here, but quite the move that's gone on there, to say the least. Excuse me, everyone. It's your silver trust here. So again, this thing went, nice move up and then a ridiculous move up, pullback and really just bouncing around in this area right now, trying to figure out where it stands and what it wants to do, essentially. But I think silver is going to be a discussion one way or the other for the next several months, whether it ends up breaking itself back down or ends up continuing on that route. I suppose it could leave the discussion should it just kind of digest and move sideways as well. All three are viable options, to say the least. All right, folks. Sorry, I was just looking at an email that came into me here. All right, let's move on. Again, once again, I'm going to solicit everybody for a question here. Of course, I can't force you to ask questions, but I sure would like it if someone asked a question. Anyways, XLK, it's going to be technology, the general tech look. And there we go, State Street's technology. Select sector, Spider ETF. And again, you would think, right? Looks a little worse than it does, but it doesn't. Here's your all-time high. We're sitting down here. You know, this is a zone of resistance. This has become a zone of support. We'll see. Can it bounce or is it going to break down, right? But again, technology doesn't look as bad as some people would suggest it does. And I mean, that's not looking that bad. Let's take a look at a few things that definitely have some weighting in this. So Microsoft, Microslop. They don't like being called that, but I don't care because no fan of this company whatsoever. But there's all-time highs, and here's where we are. That is down big time, right? I mean, that's down. That's a good down. That's a real good down. You know, if we change this, let's see, what is it down over the last 6 months? Down, you know, we're bear market territory on this bad boy in the last six months, just outside of it. Yet technology and the overall market don't look so bad. And let's just remind ourselves that outside of the Dow, everything is cap weighted. We're talking about a $3 trillion market cap company, right? S&P don't look too terrible compared to that, right? Neither does the NASDAQ, right? And think about that, the fact of how much this has dragged those down with its sell-off, right? Not N, come on. Netflix. We're talking about a $400 billion company, right? This thing is down over 22% in the last 6 months. And that's after this bounce that just happened recently. And that was a super significant bounce, right? All-time highs. We got that going on there. And yet, overall market don't look so bad, right? So I like to do this once in a while. The next time someone told you 7 stocks holding up the entire market, show them these charts and say, are those 7 stocks in the room with us now? Because it wasn't ever 7 stocks holding up the market. And anybody that tells you that is either bad at math or they don't know what they're talking about. Let's just go to another one of those 7 stocks that was allegedly holding up the market. Meta. Last 6 months ain't looking so hot, right? But again, the overall market looks better than this stock does. Amazon. Down 11%. down almost 12% over the last 6 months, right? So let's just keep things in perspective. Things could get ugly fast. Don't get me wrong. We've seen them get ugly real fast many times over the decades. So, but here's your RSP. It's going to be your equally weighted S&P 500. Not so terrible looking. Love to see it dig as a bull. Anybody that is a bull, you'd love to see it dig in right here at that 195 level, get itself, going back towards over the 200 level. But over the last 6 months, it's still up 4.66%, right? Still up 4.66% over the last 4 months. And the SPY is still up 3.18% over the last 6 months. Meanwhile, we just looked at a handful of stocks that were either in major correction territory or bear market, or in bear markets. And those are some of the biggest stocks we could look at out there. Now, there's some stocks that aren't down as bad as those. Apple, I don't believe that's as bad looking as the rest. Yeah. Apple's up 10% over the last 6 months, so it's doing its job. Almost a $4 trillion company. I think Google's in good shape. Googs. Yeah, look at Google, beautiful, up 25%, almost 25.5% over the last 6 months. It's still off all-time highs, but another $1.6 trillion company. So, the bad ones are outnumbering the good and slightly outweighted of them. There's a lot of other stocks that are involved in all this as well. So, bears will have their say at some point. Are they beginning to have that say now? Maybe. They very well could be. We'll see what happens. All right, let's get back down to the list, I guess, and continue with that. Clean energy, PBW. Interestingly enough, over the last 6 months, up pretty nicely, actually. Not a bad move there. Trying to hold on to it up here. We'll see what happens. And now it's going to say will lead me into TAN, which is your solars. Solars were beat up real bad for a long time. And I mean, that's a pretty beautiful trend. Trend's, breaking down a bit here. We'll see what happens. Can it dig in and hold into this area here? Now, look, over the last 5 years, boy, I do like these picture-in-picture charts, I got to say. Over the last 5 years, I mean, the solar sector is still beat up unbelievably, almost 42% down. But it's made some great strides over the last year or so. You can't discount that. You got to start somewhere and make the comeback, right? So we'll see how that all shakes out. But, TAN and PBW, they definitely shake hands a lot in direction. So emerging markets, EEM. It's wild. Capitulation to the upside before giving some back right there. And look at the volume coming into it. Boom. Little low as it continue to climb, and then spike and spike. We'll see what happens. But, I mean, the emerging markets is sitting, just made new all-time highs. It's just pulled off of it now. We'll see what happens. IYH is going to be health. Going to be your healthcare ETF. Giving itself a little pullback and a breather here. Slightly off all-time highs as well, sitting at 60, just under 64, 67, around 67 and a half, give or take, is the, actually it's 67.63. I got it right there. Don't have to ballpark it. We got the exact right there. So that's where that's sitting. So healthcare, one of the brighter sectors of the overall market, trying to hang on. And let's move on and around. IHI, medical devices. I don't know how much weighting is in this thing, but it's got to beat up. It's beat up pretty good right now. We'll take a look at that 6-month view. Down, around correction territory right now. So you got one part of healthcare looking decent, one part of healthcare not looking so decent. DRIV. I don't put any weight in this, but I do like to look at it for fun. This is your autonomous driving ETF. I mean, look, 26,000 shares traded on it, almost 27,000. Maybe it gets to 27,000 today. It's no real significance. It's not some kind of market driver or player or anything like that, but it doesn't hurt to keep an eye on these things. Anybody that thinks that we don't get to some kind of real serious autonomous driving at some point is crazy. Obviously it won't be happening next week or, the next couple of months where people are just letting go of the steering wheel or anything like that. But it's a trend that's, being well researched and developed and all those things like that. And unless something were to come out regulation wise to stop it from happening, which I don't think is going to, or at least not at the moment. Never know what could happen, but just something interesting to keep an eye on. That's all. IYE and the XLE, that's going to represent our energy ETFs. So we've clearly seen quite the move. And that move started back at the beginning of the year. We'll see what happens from here. I'm sure most, if not everybody here, saw what oil did last week and what it did in the overnight last night. Obviously, it's been retreating during the day today, or I should say during the pre-market today. I haven't looked at oil in a couple of hours. Last I looked, it was around 109 a barrel. Let's take a look. Sorry, I got to do it on a way to really price out oil specifically here, but yeah, oil is it's really retreated. It was up, I think, around a high as 115 overnight. It's down to 95 and change right now per barrel. So we'll see what happens with that and energy. But that's the that's your IYE and your XLE. I'm gonna guess looks more or less the same, and I'd say more than less. Yeah, right there. Pretty much holding hands on the chart at this point. Agriculture, again, I don't think there's a whole lot of stock to be put in this necessarily, but there it is nevertheless. People that want to pay less for food, you don't want to see this happening. You want to see this kind of staying down this way while wages increase. That's what you want for those that want to have the grocery store not punish them quite so much. I'm not really using the money machine at this point, to be honest. The general functions of it to, so I can support anybody looking to use it. I've got a handle on those. I'm just not, day trading just isn't my thing. I've really kind of moved out of day trading at this point. I am working on trying to create some alert window strategies, but the money machine's it's a different animal for me. So, my money machine world lives in the area of supporting it on the questions of functionality. But I know you've been pounding away at it and having some really good results within the paper trader of that. And hopefully Dan can work something out with you in the not so far distant future. Maybe you guys do something. And we don't have a podcast anymore. We haven't had for years. But, Dan's always coming up with new and innovative ways to do things and communicate and stuff like that. So maybe you and him link up sometime in the not so distant future and you're able to discuss some of what you've been doing. I'm sure the crowd will be interested. That's for sure. So, all right. XOP. It's your oil and gas exploration here. That's really gone on quite the tear recently as well. One of the things with oil and gas exploration and its tie into the price of oil is when oil is at, quote, unprofitable prices for some of the tougher drilling and fracking and things like that, you don't see as much exploration. Oil prices go up, means that they can do more of the drilling and all those things like that. So as we've seen a rise in the prices, we're seeing more exploration come to light at this point. And again, folks, anybody with any questions, Do not be shy. Get those questions in, get those questions in, get those questions in, please. Feel free to interrupt me. I'd be happy to be interrupted. Yeah, let's continue on. Let's continue on. Consumer staples here. I mean, this thing is always wacky to me. Move up, give it up. Bounce back into it. No, we're not going to stay. Big move up. Now let's give some back up again. But consumer staples, definitely something important to keep an eye on. Yeah, so am I, to be honest. There's a few different things coming with the new version that I'm interested to see it all play out here. Get my hands on it too. I don't have it personally yet. The way it always goes is it'll come to us here, myself, Steve, Andy. We'll bang around on it for a little while. Hopefully all that goes well, and then it moves on out to you folks shortly afterwards. So fingers crossed. There was talk about them maybe getting it to us this week. Fingers crossed. I hope they do. It's one of those things. Things look great, and then all of a sudden something holds stuff up. So we will see what the dev team has in store for us. XLU got the Utes. What exactly is a Ute? Utilities. What's the indicator? It is the low position over the last 20 days. It's an indicator that I very much like. The story behind it is the swing exit. I don't know, let me take a look on this. Show smart risk levels. Yeah, so that swing exit there. I don't like stuff on my charts at all. As you can see, I run some pretty clean charts. I've left these indicators on my intraday charts. I don't even use a 5-minute chart for anything. I haven't used a 5-minute chart in a couple of years at this point, but I leave it up because whatever. It's not taking space from anything else that I need. And I leave it up on the 60-minute chart just to have some indicators up there. So it's a VWAP and an 8 EMA. I don't use them for anything at this point, really. But I do use this indicator here on my daily chart, but I don't want this on there. I don't want these other lines on there. I don't want stuff on my charts. I don't want anything on my charts. I don't need anything on my charts. It's just my personal preference. That's all. And once upon a time I had, a 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, and 200 SMA on every chart I used every time frame. But this is all I want. And I like to just see how far we've traveled over the last 20 days. I use it partially as a momentum indicator as well. Are we taking nice steps up? Are they organized? Are they clean? Are they too steep and choppy? You can just think about it, climbing stairs up, climbing stairs down is the way I think about it. And, when I see stuff that's really extended off it, I start to ask myself, do I really want to trade that stock when it's got that far to fall on its movement of the last 20 days? Sometimes the answer is yes. Sometimes the answer is no. But I just happen to like that very much, just a personal preference. And it came from the swing exit because the swing exit is your low point over 20 days. So that's just the way I like to do things. Get rid of that all. And it can be found up here in the indicator manager somewhere. Where's the indicator manager? There we go. Indicator manager. Multi-period low. And select that. Put the period, whatever you want. Change the color to whatever you want, so on. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's horrible. So on and so forth. Sorry, I got to get a new chart out. Where is chart? New chart window. Indicators. Multi-period low. There's also a multi-period high if anybody wants. There we go. All's well that ends well. That out of my way. So yeah, that's what that is. Let me know if you have any other questions, please. Cloud computing. what do we got going on in the world of cloud computing? We are beat up. That's what's going on. Over the last 27 days, it's up 1.5%. Over the last 6 months, it is down just shy of 15%. Over the last 5 years, down 23.25%, give or take. Cloud computing, it looking so hot. I do like to see this move up when you want to, when I want to be involved in tech stocks. It's nice to see cloud computing on our side. It's obviously a huge part of our society at this point. Everybody buying space on someone else's computer to store their stuff essentially is what that was. Excellent. Glad that worked for you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so cloud computing not looking too hot at this moment, to say the least. There it is nonetheless. Your XLC is going to be communications. So overall big picture on the communications looking pretty good. Beautiful trend for quite some time on the 5-year monthly there. 59+%, but it hasn't done a whole lot in quite a while. We got to go all the way back to September of last year at this point before we saw any upward movement, right? And so it's been kind of a lost several months for it at this point, but holding up well. Overall, holding up very well. You got to respect that. Got to respect that given the environment right now. Yeah, good stuff. We've already talked about the diamonds representing the S&P 500. SLX, I believe that's steel, right? It's going to be your steel. Yep, steel ETF. Decent trend right up until it broke down. One of the areas that's probably hurt a little more recently. Again, 62% over the last 5 years, but over the last 6 months, not bad. Up 29% over the last 6 months. Hey, what do you know? Still looking real good. Trim it down to 1 month. Probably not as good looking. Yeah, down 10% over the last month. So, make of these things what you will. What's the time frame for you? Different pictures. VOX is another communications ETF. That one is through Vanguard. Excuse me again and again. Over the last 5 years, not looking so bad. Move down, move up. Bear market of 2022 got just about everybody. And by just about everybody, I do mean everybody. Again, hasn't gone anywhere in a while, though. Got to look all the way back into September of last year before we've seen any direction in this that was not neutral. But nevertheless, there it is. I don't know if the IYZ is really something much of note here. But again, more communications. Just the reason I say not much of note, I don't trade a ton. I guess it trades more than the VOX. Doesn't trade as much as the XLC. Just to make some comparisons here. You're looking at approaching 6 million here. So, some differences in that. We already talked about the RSP. Again, not terribly far off all-time highs. MDY is another equally weighted trust. It's a mid-cap trust, actually. This one looking a little more beat up than I would have thought it would, but there it is nevertheless. So, look, banging its head in all-time highs here. There it is like that. Over the last 5 years looks good. Over the last 6 months, struggling a little bit more to be on the upside. It's 3.69%. In the last month, it's going to be down 5.5%. So again, perspective makes a big difference. Coming towards the end of this list here. Hopefully try to make this stretch out the whole way through. We got about 15 minutes left, give or take. Now some of these are just not as important ETFs. 63,000 shares traded on this today. Software and services. I make a lot of that at this point, to be honest. Make of it what you will, of course. REITs. one of the things to always consider with REITs is that there are a lot of REITs that pay good dividends, so they can be considered a flight to safety. We saw, a good move into it leading up to the sell-off in the market, the pullback in the market. I don't even like to call it a sell-off. It's not a sell-off yet. You got to give me another solid down day, and then we could call it a sell-off. This has found itself on the other end of that right now. We'll see how that shakes itself out. And it dovetails into real estate, XLRE, so real estate ETF. That's a good traded ETF. There's 6 million shares traded on that. Again, just hasn't really gone anywhere in forever. And it tried to get going and came right back down into this range. So I wouldn't even call that a sell-off. It just right back down into this range that it just cannot leave behind. Broke down in that range and immediately jumped right back in, and just running sideways. So, over the last 5 years, 7.69%, year to date, it's up 5%, 5.33%, give or take. Over the last year, it's flat, right? So make of these things what you will. But it's definitely an important sector, big driver of U.S. economy. Gold, GLD. So silver pull back way more than this. All that consolidation, boom. Slight pullback, trending up, boom. Pullback, back up towards that upper end of things where it went boom. So gold looking real strong still, overall looking real strong. Not without its volatility. Definitely got some volatility going on there. But very strong looking overall. I don't know. XLB, do we really care? Guess. Material sector. Guess it ties into, things being built. Again, it just nowhere for so long. Finally gets itself going the end of last year into this year. It's going to drop back down into this long drawn out range. We'll see. Can it find some support around here and dig in? And where it had prior, let's look at it this way. Where it had been resistance. Can it find itself into some support into this area here? We'll see. Materials, again, it's going to go with, building in general. The creation of things takes materials. So IAI, I think this is the brokers, right? Yeah, broker dealers. This is going to be like your Charles Schwab's, your Interactive Brokers. I don't know who else is publicly traded in this space, to be honest. Fidelity, maybe. Morgan Stanley. Nothing. Tried to get going into the range. Is it breaking down out of the range? A little bit. We'll see if it can hold that breakdown out of the range. To say it's thinly traded would be an understatement. So again, no real weighting or importance to this whatsoever. Financial services overall, a bit less anemic than what we saw with the broker dealers. So again, there's a whole lot to cover there, but why not, since we got time to burn? The questions aren't really coming in. Financials, XLF. This is a big deal. This is always a big deal. This is broken down pretty good, I'd say. While up 46.25% over the last 5 years, over the last year, it's only up 1.3% now. And year to date, it's down 9.33%. And in the last month, down 7.7%. I think that's a big deal. There was all-time highs. It made it, and it just deflation right afterwards as far as that goes. This is a huge level for it right here. Don't kid yourselves. resistance, 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 all through there. Then it became support, 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 support. Is now broken down below that and trying to get back up into it. It's a major, major, major pivot level there for financials. You want, if you're a bull, you want healthy financials, even if healthy means running sideways for a while, but you don't want to see it trending down. Not as a bull. The Jets, 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 Jets. Absolutely beat down. Absolutely beat down the last 27 days. Bear market territory for you. Over the last 5 years, still down. Nobody loves the airlines. No love for the airlines. Guess we'll do the gold miners for fun. And say a little more to the downside than gold itself here. Interesting level to find it bounce. Can't quite get through it. Bounce, bounce, or fail. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. But there's your gold miners. KRE, that's going to be your banking sector, or your regional banking sector. So again, not awesome looking right now. But just, just want to remind everybody of something. When Republic Bank failed back in, I think it was 2022, right? 2022, 2023. Yeah, 2023, I think. I don't remember now. Anyways, when Republic Bank failed, and remember the market was going to crash, and this was really bad news, and it was going to be, domino effect. Literally nobody cared, except people that trade regional banks. That was it. Market didn't care one bit. That bank went under. Market didn't even blink. So, keep that in mind. Still got an uptrend off that bottom from when that happened there. See if it can't hold on to that. It's, it's important. It's significant. It does matter the overall regional banking sector. Here's just the banking sector itself with the KBE. And again, not great. Not the kind of stuff you want to see for bulls. That's for sure. Can the Holly strategy be used automatically in the money machine? So first off, the money machine is in paper mode only, number one. And my answer to can it be used in the money machine for that paper mode is kind of. So if we come into money machine settings, I need to connect to the paper trader first. If we come into the money machine settings, there is a Holly one in here somewhere. Today's Holly signals. But the problem is this. You have to pick a direction, all long or all short. And it doesn't matter what Holly does. If you pick all long, even the shorts are trying to go long. And if you pick all short, even the longs are trying to go short. So you don't really have much control over it other than pick a direction and let it go based on whether you want trade wave or, whatever you want to do as far as these things down here go for the entries and exits. You can't manage it based on Holly's exits. First, Holly has no target, so there's no upside exit, period. And second, this isn't going to know what Holly's stop losses are. So kind of, sort of, you can. That's my my answer there. I know that it is the want of the management, specifically Dan, to have Holly be automated at some point into the money machine. I don't know the roadmap to that path or anything else, as far as any of that stuff goes for me to share. So sorry on that. I just can't help you with that. But that is the short and skinny on that there. And of course, if you got any more questions, let me know. We've got a couple of minutes before Barry comes back from his break and moves back to his screen. Let's see. Let's round out the last couple of ETFs here. XRT, it's your retail. It's beat up pretty good. You know, down over the last 5 years, up over the last year, down over year to date. It's down in the last month too. So yeah, retail not looking so awesome overall. Makes that move up, gives it up, gets rejected off that level again, back down. I guess that kind of really rounds it out. I mean, natural gas, aka the Widowmaker, doing what the Widowmaker does, right? Let's move up. Yeah, natural gas is going to go. Just kidding. Big moves up. Goodbye. So, natural gas for you. And last but not least, we'll call this last but not least on these sectors here, the homies, home builders, XHB, not very good looking. Over the last month, down 12 and nearly a third-ish percent. Year to date, down 3/4% over the last year. It's basically flat. Over 5 years doesn't look so bad, but a lot of no man's land here. Sitting up there, sell off, tries to get going again, back down, tries to get going again, back down. Although I will say that this most recent sell-off in it, that's sell-off. That's what I consider a sell-off. It was quite a bit faster to get to this level than that. That was a bit more drawn out there. So, we'll see what happens with the home builders there. Again, major driver of the U.S. economy. They matter. So, some of the down sectors, just to kind of tie it all together, that really matter. Be paying attention to the financial sector. I'd be paying attention to the overall banking sector. I'd be paying attention to the home builders as well, and real estate. Those are areas you don't want to see get real ugly. If you're a bull, if you're a bear, you want to see them get even uglier than they are. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm seeing quite a bit of green on my symbols that I'm watching here. Much more green than I would have expected, to be honest, all things considered. It looks like the SPY is down 0.14%, give or take, as it's constantly bouncing. The Qs have gone green. Alert, alert, alert. Call the police. Qs have gone green. Who would have thunk it? Not this guy. Not this guy. So you'll pardon me. I have a Zoom meeting to attend to in a few moments. Just getting myself prepared. Lovely.
All right, Chris, I just heard you have to go to a Zoom meeting, so why don't I take over right now so you can get properly prepared?
Oh, I'm prepared already, Barry.
Okay. Properly prepared.
I won't delay you regardless, though. The screen is all yours.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, next time
we'll see you tomorrow.
A stock like ANTX that's going to make that big move, just let me know real quick before it does that move, please. All right. I
will do that. There'll probably be one tomorrow, so keep an eye out at around, let's see, what time is it your time? I would say 9:40 your time, okay?
Perfect. So I'll be keeping an eye.
Okay. See you tomorrow, Chris. So you said you're going to be in tomorrow, right?
Yep, it'll be me tomorrow.
Oh. All right.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, guys. Let me back in the YouTube room. Music's going. Danny Tang or Danny Tsang, did Chris answer your question? about the launch of Money Machine new version? Because there's no answer. No answer. The answer is we don't know. Okay, I don't know if he answered you. All right, guys. Well, a lot of these ones, I'm loving this scan now, guys. Now, granted, on a day like today, where we've had this fantastic, basically a big recovery, you're going to see a lot of great moves here. In this stock on the down yesterday, down big yesterday, up today. You're going to see a lot on a day like today. Meanwhile, Antax, I always want to say ANTX. Finally a top here, guys, 686. So yeah, you know what? When I looked last, I think there were, I want to say 30,000, maybe 20,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. They've basically been snapped up. Well, there's 7,000 now. We talked about this FPS earlier. I mean, now the only problem I had with it earlier was the spread. I mean, the spread's not ideal, but it's not terrible now. All right, guys, let's see. Let's go Mara, of course, tied in with crypto. Crypto is starting to run out of steam a little bit. I'm looking at IBIT right now. IBIT. Crypto, I think, hit around 69,000. Bitcoin did. So yeah, it's starting to run out of steam just a little bit. There's the VWAP. Will it hold? Which one are you talking about? No, this one I can share it with you. It's not. It's not a preset. It's my scan. Well, my scanner. I mean, I created it, but if you want it, I can give it to you. Now, the header of it is going to be up big yesterday, down today. Okay, it actually is both. Okay, I made a change this morning. It is both. There's two in here. Up big yesterday, but down big today. Down big yesterday, but up big. Now, they're not necessarily down big the next day if they were up big yesterday, but they're up or down. I mean, depending on what direction you're going. So up big yesterday, down big today. What this means is that yesterday, which was Friday in this case, the stock had to close at least 5% above the previous day's close. Okay. And then today it would be down, but not necessarily down big. It has to be down at least 2%. Could be down more when we look at it, but it has to be down at least 2%. And then this one, had to be down at least when I say the down, it had to close at least 5% down the day before, and it has to be up today at least 2%. Okay. I that's why I've sort of changed this. It should be called up big yesterday, down today, down big yesterday, up today, because they don't necessarily have to be ripping the other direction. I mean, this one is though. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was down when it closed yesterday on Friday. It was down at least 5%. Today it's up 7%, as an example. But when you get the alert, it has to be up at least 2%. In fact, I might be wrong. It might even be just 1%. Yeah, only 1%. So I just want to make sure the stock is up today. It could be a lot more than 1% at the time of the alert, but it has to be at least 1%. Guys, look at Olma right now. Olma is now making a bit of a move here underneath the whole number. Yeah, and all these are customizable, Jim. I mean, anything or JMC, and any scan that I am handing out, you can always make changes to it, the price range. If you have any trading experience, add a filter. Maybe you don't like one of the filters I'm using. I call it more like a template. And if you like it the way it is, great, but you can always make adjustments. Ah, frustrating. I tried to get the OMA at 1685 on the short. Spread is 1677, 1687. I went sort of midpoint with Interactive Brokers. Did not get a fill. Lots of shares available, so that's not the issue. It might be because it's down 22%, maybe the uptick rule. I don't know. MSGM, thank you, but I'm sorry, I forgot to put that on a chart and see what's happening with it. Well, hardly any volume and low relative volume, so I mean, how does it look right now as the short? Um, well, okay. Had I taken this a short, around the 375 mark, where it was, that was the alert, I'd be riding it, riding it, riding it. At this point, you start thinking, okay, at this point, absolutely takes them off for me. Absolutely. You see how it's even turned blue? Now, it hasn't turned blue on a 5, but it's turned blue on the 2. So I would have taken some off for sure. Would I've taken it all off? Not necessarily. But it really depends on what happens right here. Just no volume yet on a tank. But on a percentage basis, if you had taken it around the 375 mark and it gets down to 330, that's a great percentage move. And then the minute it started flattening out, that's where I'd be looking and said, I wonder if this is it for a while anyway. And but the minute it would turn blue, there's no question I would take some off. It's just the way I look at the wave. I'm just trying to read the wave. But would I take everything off? Not necessarily, because the wave is still, it looks like it's trying to flatten. But if it ever broke down below it again, I'd be holding on. I mean, it did get up to three. Yeah. See, for me, the stocks under $5, the stocks under $5 are. I look at the 50-cent levels for the stocks under $5 as potential either support areas if it's coming down or resistance areas on the way up. Kind of the way I look at whole numbers. Again, that's just me. Okay, guys, it's a 111 now. So what I'm going to do is go over my homepage one last time. Okay, just find my homepage link. All right, guys. So I've just put in my link, my homepage link in the both rooms. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. How to take out a subscription right here. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year using my promo code, Barry15. All I ask is please use my code. Why? It helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room. And it really helps to keep the rooms free. Why? Because the company tracks the use of promo codes. So they see my code being used enough. They say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. And this discount, the 15%, is good for the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. And it doesn't matter if you pick our standard or our premium subscription. Now, for those of you in YouTube, if you want to come into a more active room, here it is. Okay. Way more active. More traders and more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for more action, come into this room. The other bonus is that this room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. It's way too early for me, so Obi does that. And I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, maybe later if there are questions. But when I leave, William typically keeps this room open. Did you say 3:45 today? Okay. So William typically will keep this room open till 3:45 most days, even after I leave. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. You haven't said yet. Okay. Well, it's up to him. I don't want to put words in your mouth. And education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can scroll down a bit, click on the more info, and first thing you must do, mandatory, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have our program and you're wondering about it, I would start off on that second video. Go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's a good fit for you. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. Okay? And last, if you're, I always forget, poor old Steve. I always forget Steve. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. I think it's been negated this week. The trade of the week was Lunar, LUNR, but I think it's sort of a non-event. It didn't hit the trigger. The trigger was 1925, but it actually hit the stop. So when it hits the stop, even though it hasn't triggered, it's sort of negated. It doesn't mean you can't trade it, of course, if you want to, but it becomes kind of a non-event. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just sort of a non-event. Okay. But you can sign up for it right here. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So here is the race. The biggest gainers race is right here. Upside versus downside movers right here. I have another race that I am sharing. It's a more volatile race. You can take a look at it. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and then down. Halts, resumes on my other monitor. And these three scans, which I do not have up and running, but you can take a look at them. There's a momentum scan, a gap scanner, and the Pepe combo scan. Okay. Any questions about them or anything else about trade ideas? Feel free to ask. What a day for reversals, guys. Seriously. Great, great reversal day. Yeah, probably not. Well, you can try JMC, but and I appreciate that. But 3:45-ish. Okay, so William says he will keep the room open until 3:45-ish. The little oil energy play. Never short it. Well, I shouldn't say never. It is not shortable for me right now. BATL. I think they come on. They come on and off. That's at Interactive Brokers. I can always tell how many shares are available. They're short. You can't see the symbol here, but I know at times last week there'd be shares available and then they'd be snapped up. And again, I'm only speaking about Interactive Brokers. Not talking about any other broker. One moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, no, I did see it was shortable, and there were opportunities, but you know, it's always the question when. I mean, in retrospect, sure, right up there, but people could have been saying, okay, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here, maybe here. In retrospect, it always looks so obvious. This is where you should have shorted it, sure. Or in hindsight, I guess. All right, guys. Time is it now? 1:20. I might only have 40 minutes left. So my goodness. I mean, this was another really nice one on a reversal, guys. The idea 2135 was the alert. We're at 22 now. ADEA, sorry. This is an earnings play, guys. DDD. These stocks have just gone nowhere. These 3D printers. Depends on the stock. 162. I mean, obviously, if you're looking for stocks that have bounced and follow this, of course, now those stocks could be making a downturn. I mean, it looks like the market wants to make a downturn, right? There's the VWAP. See if it can get close to the VWAP. But yeah, it depends what you're looking at. You're talking about this on the bottom here, right? Um, JMC. You're talking about. I think I've deactivated them all. So give me a moment. Where are those things? Yeah, yeah, I know. I give me a moment. Well, just give me a moment. Why am I not seeing it here? Give me a moment. I'm embarrassed. Oh, yeah. Okay. Completely forgot where to find them. I'm sorry. The three dots here. So that's what it is. Display alerts on charts. Okay. That it's the three dots. So if it's just I've disabled it because I find it just, I don't really care about them, but that's what's happened. So if you go to your chart, okay, you go to your chart and you see the little three dots, a bunch of options you can do. One of them is display alerts on charts. So that's how you get this sort of a ticker, almost like a ticker rolling by. Okay. So you don't want them. You can keep them there. I guess that must be the default for the charts because but I've unchecked them. I just don't care about them. But you might. All right, guys. Give me No, I think it's just a random it's a random selection, JMC. I would like them a lot better if you could choose the things you want to see. I think it's just a random selection. I mean, if you're looking at a daily chart, you may not get a new 5-minute high, perhaps, things like that, or 5-minute low, maybe on a daily chart but I think intraday charts, I think it's sort of a random selection. Yeah, if you like it, you obviously keep it, but you're not going to be. The problem is, as I said before, for me anyway, you cannot specify what you see. So it's like a rolling, sometimes it might be interesting, but I just found it too distracting. I didn't care after a while. I thought it was a great idea. It probably is a great idea, but I just found it too distracting after a while. Well, not even distracting. I wasn't even paying attention to the ticker. How's that? It was just, I knew it was there, but I didn't even pay attention to it. So I just decided to take it off. It wasn't like I saw something, go, oh, I better do something with this right now because of something I saw on the crawl. Now you might be different. So the bid ask certainly would not, I wouldn't care about because I mean, obviously, I mean, I got my bid ask right here. So I wouldn't care about that. But that's why, everybody's different. That's why we have so many different real-time alerts and all those different filters. Lots of different trading styles. So the fact that I don't like something doesn't mean that another person that might be very counter to what somebody else likes. You too, 162. We'll see you tomorrow. Give me a moment here, guys. There's something I want to adjust on this. I'm not sure I can do it in a multi-strategy window. So just give me a moment. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm going to put myself on mute. I want to make an adjustment to this scan here. Oh, give me a moment. All right, I'm going to have to do this after hours. There's something going on. I'm not sure, and I want to make some changes. So this is halted. Okay, GSIW just got halted or was halted. Whoa, this could be a big one. Halted at 1943. Potential. I haven't shown this. Well, I think I've shown this blue screen, but not during a halt. So there's the halt price, 1943. This column is trying to show you where it could open. I doubt if it's going to open at 22.59. It's halted at 131 plus 5 seconds. So typically they are 5 minute halts. So a lot can happen in the 5 minutes. Again, I doubt if it's going to open that high. AMRZZ pops a bit on meaningful insider purchase from the CEO. Okay, let's take a look at AMCZ or RZ, sorry. Aha, yeah, no kidding. JP Morgan raising the price target from 60 to 70. Not marrying them, them trades, not marrying them. Well, there are a lot of scams out there just trying to take advantage of the middle two-thirds intraday, not marrying them. Just had a 1 for 200 reverse split. Oh, all right. Now you see how that 22 went down to 20. But that is good to know, actually, that it's a 1 for 200 reverse split. Well, GSIW did just come out of the halt, and what did it do? 1943 came out of the halt. 1943. Well, it did pop, but yeah, I mean, be it a scam or not, I mean, 1 for 200 reverse split. Remember why these companies are doing that? So this was like a 10-cent stock. So what they try to do is get their price over a dollar, which they've done, so they can maintain a Nasdaq listing. But it seems like overkill. Ah, okay, guys. OLMA is again making a bit of a move, another bit of a move down. Well, you had that move down, a little bit of a base now. It was a beautiful move here, bit of a base. There's the VWAP. Certainly far enough away for a potential short still. Not saying to short it, but is let's see what happens here. Is it going to just flatten out? Like a few stocks are meeting the requirements for this race. Only three of them right now. So go look at the sector. Take a look at the sectors, guys. So here's silver now leading the way. Not much. It's only up 0.5. The bios tech is now flat, and HB still low. The worst sector, barely. XRT, the retail sector. Now, the last time we looked, XHB was having a little bit of a surge, just a little bit of a one. Another one that just got halted, guys. EPSM. I'm sorry, just resumed. EPSM just resumed. Got halted at 307. It's a little bit below the halt price now. EPSM. And we've got another halt or the resumption of GSIW. You know what's starting to give it up a bit is this XENE, XENE, underneath the whole number of 61, but it was still up 45%. Had big news, and it's getting into the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? You can see what's happening. Getting into the VWAP, will it act as support and bounce off it, or will it come through the VWAP and continue down? You know, I had an attempt here. See right there, it got into the VWAP area and then it popped, but to a certain level, and then it's come back down again. Will this act as second time support at the VWAP area for XENE? Some big price targets put on this one. Raised to 97 from 63 by Baird. Xenon smashes its previous record high on unprecedented results. Is a buyout next? All-time high, guys. Yeah, all-time high. I'll be here, JMC. You can count on that. You know, this ANTX, this could be one of those that has another late day move, guys. I know it's already up 100%. I get it, but remember, it was up a lot more. It's basing right now. It's still hanging above the VWAP. Now, listen, if it takes out the VWAP, probably all bets are off. But if it just keeps in this area and we get some volume, a big volume burst, there's nothing saying that it could easily just take out the high of the day and run for a while again. It's got all sorts of room. Put a price alert. Put a price alert at 6 just to see number one if it gets up there. You know, certainly mixed signals here. A little buy, sell, nothing. You know, you really don't know which way it's going to go. All right, now GSIW halted on the way down. A little bit choppy. Just looking at the buy and the sell flags here. The buy, sell, buy on the ANTX. But if you get some volume, and it's not the absolute volume. Okay, I'm always talking about a volume bar in relation to previous ones, something that's standing out. I mean, the volume on this is still like huge. That was previously on this one is about 300,000 shares. So it's not the absolute volume. It is a volume bar standing out. Even a little more dramatic on the 5. Look at the nice basing on the 5 of ANTX, and there's only one buy flag. But no volume. I mean, the volume, I want to see that right there. There's 200 and there's 297,000 shares. I mean, that's a lot of volume. 133,000 on this 2-minute bar. So there's a lot of volume, but not anything that's relative that's really standing out. There's a problem with trying to play breakouts. You see a stock breaking out, and you think, okay, I'll get in. But what if it did it on no volume? There's no enthusiasm. All right, guys. Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, the SPY is getting close to the VWAP again. Okay, it's starting to drift down, down, down. See how the trend changed from blue to orange? But will the VWAP act as support? Okay, guys, camp on the way here. Camp. No, this is not giving me what I'm expecting. Hmm. When I get these alerts, it should be 50 cents away from the next high. Didn't take it. Unless he can't put that. No. Okay. Okay, I know what I did. See, what I want to see, guys, I know, and it involves a custom formula. So don't worry about that right now, but it involves a custom formula. When I get the alert, I want to make sure the stock has at least 50 cents to the next high or low, and it involves a custom formula. So when I got the camp here, I'm looking left, I'm thinking, wait a minute, that is not 50 cents away from the now. It might be now. I don't know where the next high is. I'd have to back this daily chart out quite a bit, probably to see where the next. Anyway, that's what it's now trying to do. When I get an alert, it has to be at least 50 cents away from the next high or low. I don't see any news for camp. Yeah, some news last week. Going to present at the Stiefel CNS forum, but I don't see any news today for Stiefel. Yeah, it's still trying to make up its mind, guys. ANTX, does it want to have another move higher? No shorts available now for me at Interactive Broker. So if it does make that move down through the VWAP, I cannot take advantage of it. All right, guys. Well, we're getting a little bit close to the end. If you have any questions, good time to ask them. I can always stay later if there are questions. If not, I'm going to take off right around the 2 o'clock mark. It is now 4 minutes to 2. Now, what I've been doing also, though I've been keeping my scan up, okay, my layout up and running until William shuts the room down at 3:45. So this will still be up. I'll just be not talking. One moment, please. All right, guys. OLMA's on the way down now. OLMA, OLMA, on the way down. And that's a pretty big that's a pretty wide bar right now for OLMA coming into the VWAP 1619. So there's still room. I mean, now USCG actually is halted, but it's halted for news. I wonder what the news could possibly be. USCG is halted for news. Most of these halts are, of course, volatility halts. Very rarely do we get a news halt, but this is halted for news. All right, guys, 2 o'clock now. If there are no questions, I'm going to take off. For the YouTubers, I will put my homepage link in so you guys can head over to the main room, main trading room if you want. That room will be open till 3:45. My layout will still be displayed. Give me a moment. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, there's my homepage link. And when you click on it, just scroll down a little bit. If you want to come into the main room, right there, okay? And this room will be open until 3:45. So I'm probably going to take off. Don't see any new questions, so I'm probably going to take off now. Now, I do come back from time to time, so if there's a question and you guys are somebody's still around, I'll answer it. The room tomorrow will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi will do that. Thank you, Obi. And I'll get on the mic, both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So I don't say you too, Tank. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now is just put my announcement up. So my layout. Okay, I've left for the day, but as I say, you might see some action activity, which means I'm still hanging around, but I'll definitely be gone for the next little while. Okay, guys, so I have to shut down YouTube now. See you guys tomorrow around 9.